open the game before I start, but for some reason, I didn't do that. So I'm not sure what's up with that. I guess I'm just too anxious to get the stream started. And we'll see if we can, what progress we can make for the game. I'm thinking we could. I'm not sure how much longer the game is gonna be. But I would say we're like close to the end, but at the same time, I still haven't gotten the upgrade points to get my +2 modifiers. So I would say that I'm not quite there yet. Sorry. Okay. So where to begin? Let's go ahead and let me go down. Oop, descend. Let's go off the hub for now. And let's go from the bottom up just to see what we can do. See, here we go. We got something going on here. Looks like. Oh, right. I got the. Oh. I always forget. It doesn't put me to sleep. I always come at the end of the cycle, and then I go to do stuff, and I have no dice. Because I don't realize that I don't have the thing for a cycle. Not a great roll. I'll just re-roll after I've used my 6. And that 4 is going to be turned into a 5, so I can wait for that too. Sorry, I'm being picky about my screen. Okay. Okay. So, actually, I could have still went there, though. Or, no, I did go there. I did. That's right. I went there, and it gave me this. Okay, so this one's positive. The other, I mean, I don't know why I would do. Oh, lockdown. Uh, oh. Oh, okay. So maybe I don't want to do that. Okay. I thought that the left one directly went to this Celis infiltration, and then the right one went to the Celis lockdown. This makes more sense. Okay. Although 6 means I definitely get positive. So I guess there wasn't really any risk I had to worry about. Okay, and then re-roll. Nice. And there we go. What do we got now? Oh, you're in. Maybe if you do this right, you might be able to pull something more than just IDs. Okay. I don't know what that means, but I'll do it. Now, I don't necessarily want to do this. I mean, I already kind of did it, so I'm already committed. Maybe not committed, but these I think just buy. Yeah, they just buy data. You know, I really haven't been doing any hacking lately. Ooh, Tala, she's done with the thing. Tala comes to you one shift when the bar is empty, tapping you on the shoulder as you clean the bar. Tala comes to one shift. Oh, sorry. I was about to reread it. It's ready. She is grinning from ear to ear. Can I try? Obviously, she grabs you by the arm before you can ask anything else and drags you into the back room. The smell hits you immediately when you enter, a cocktail of rich fermentation and chemical sharpness. The room is warm and bright now, the newly installed lights making the place look clean, whether it is or not. Tala has already pulled up a couple of stools around a metal crate where two glasses with a few fingers of pale girly inside sit waiting. She smiles. I haven't even tried it yet. You can see she is nervous. You both sit at the makeshift table, the slight strangeness of the situation making you both jumpy. Tala hands you a glass. Cheers, she says solemnly, and knocks the glass back. You do the same. The first sensation is burning, a sharp, nose-clearing blast of alcohol that has your frame querying, whether you would like to activate safe mode. You gulp the drink back, and it is only then, behind the burn, that you taste the earthy tones of the mushrooms, the wood, and the soil, left behind like sediment, barely there. Do I want to taste that? That's strong. Tala nods vigorously. Oof, that was heavy. Maybe it needs diluting? Tala swallows the Garoli in her glass. That might work. Open it up a bit. Tala grabs a metal bottle from the newly installed work surface and adds a few drops of water into the Garoli. I don't think that's how it works. I could be wrong, though. This time the burn is a warming glow, harsh but fading off, and the woodiness less heavy. You taste something floral in among the marshy decay, something fresh and bright that you never expected to find. So it's hard. There is a marshy decay in there. Both you and Tala meet eyes. It's really good, right? Definitely better. She nods and takes another sip. Damn good. Tala pours out some more Garoli and then adds some more water. The action already taking on the quality of a ritual. You both drink. Tala tucks her feet up beneath her and on the stool, folding her legs. She looks down into her glass and swirls the liquid thoughtfully. What's on your mind? Tala looks up at nothing in particular. My father opened this place, you know, she says out of nowhere, a thought suddenly becoming words. It was his attempt at making a life for us, for my family, when we got to the Eye. You were refugees? From Sinza, yeah. It's one of the Emperor's lesser moons. She takes a drink. I don't remember much. I was only tiny when we came. I was just thinking about something my father told me. When he first set this place up, he wanted to call it the Bantayan, but he was afraid it'd scare off the customers, so he kind of translated it, hence the Overlook. And these past few cycles, when I've been in here, I've been thinking that I should rename the place. She looks at you. The Bantayan, what do you think? What does it mean? Dad said he translated it to Overlook, so something like that. Watchtower, maybe? Lookout? Tala picks up her glass. That settles it then. To the Bantayan. You both click your glasses and drink up. Tala hisses through her teeth. Still harsh, she laughs, then suddenly grabs your shoulder. Oh, sleeper. I totally forgot. She stumbles to her feet. She lurches over to a corner of the room covered with a plastic sheet. I want to make sure this isn't touching the couch because it can get wobbly. She lurches over to the corner of the room. I'm sorry. Covered with a plastic sheet and whips it off like a magician performing a trick. Beneath it is a neat little kitchen, a sink, a work surface, and a compact oven with a hob. With a hob? What the fuck's a hob? Your kitchen. Ooh, cool. She doesn't give you time to respond. You can come to make stuff here any time as long as you promise not to raid the mushroom farm. I need those for Garoli. I was thinking, too, that if things pick up, we can start serving proper food at the the Bantayan, she laughs. Do you like it? It's perfect. Tala gives you a hug and then quickly stands back. I'm sorry, I'm so glad you're here, she grins. I think we've had enough. She glances over the half-empty bottle. Perhaps you were right. As Tala tidies away the glasses, you inspect the kitchen, checking that it all works. It's small and salvaged, but after what you've had to put up with, it feels like a dream come true. Later, when she's done for the day, Tala comes back through to the bar, and you share a glass of the good Duroli, the one she didn't distill. And this time, you talk about nothing in particular, sharing stories about regulars or discussing the best places to eat on the eye, which, after everything that has happened, feels like a nice change of pace. When it comes time to leave your promise to cook for Tala and agree to let her know which shifts you'll be working in the coming cycles, then then slip out into the cool of the rotundra. And then, in this moment, you feel, for once, at home. Got another thing? Okay. So, I have a bar shift where I make that, and then these ones, I have to bring her mushroom caps. And it doesn't get me any... repeatable action? Yeah, I mean, what does that get me, though? Do I have any? Damn. Alright, well, I'm gonna have to go get some to see what it does, because I don't see any benefit from it. But there must be, or else why would I do it? Okay. Let's see, what was this? That's just where I sell data and I can work. Oh, right, I was looking at it, I'm like, whoa, plus 24 and plus 13? It's 24 and the minus, so... that doesn't seem... Oh, wait a minute. Maybe that's the bad and good. That's the high stakes at play. Oh. You know what? Why? No, not that. Why not? Let's try it. Let's see. Okay. I forgot to look to... I think it tells me when the cryo is taken out, so I should be good there. Okay, and we're near my apartment unit. Feed the stray. I haven't done that. Oh, dang, I should have... Oh, what's going on here? When you arrive at Lemon Mina's unit, Castor is already... shit, I don't really want to do this yet. Okay, when you arrive at Lemon Mina's unit, Castor is already waiting outside, leaning beside the door. Forgive me, sleeper, but Celis is already buzzing the news of the breach. I was expecting you. Will this work? Don't worry, the breach cannot be traced to the specific IDs I am about to create. Castor reaches into a pocket and produces a sleek green and white hand terminal. The data, please. Hand it over. You hand over a drive with the data, and Castor fishes around for a converter cable to hook it up. He slots it into the terminal, and after somewhat whirring, a set of 2 transparent films marked with numeric sequences are produced. 2 tickets to an uncertain future. Castor smiles to himself. The child will go with Lem, of course. He pockets them. These are yours, but first he holds out a white cube. Your side of the deal. What is this? Something to help us make use of you. He passes you the square and you rest it on your palm. A small, white, perfect cube. Suddenly you feel a sharp pain and flinch. The cube jumps from your hand and rattles along the walkway. You look at Castor apologetically. Castor smiles. Not to worry, it has done its job. Now it is for you to do yours. You look down and see a tiny pinprick in the center of your palm. Aw. Nothing sinister, Castor pulls the terminal away. This way we can keep track of you and the side reel. I didn't agree to this. Whatever you need to do, I'm not gonna be... Okay. Also, he could have totally just given me AIDS right now. Excellent. Castor hands you the transparent films, and you see shimmering portraits of you and Lem flickering beneath the surface. Go. Give them the good news, and he reaches across and buzzes the unit. Lem slides open the door, half dressed in gear. Sleeper, what brings you up here? Come in. He beckons you inside. You look to the side, expecting to see Castor, but the wall is empty. What the fuck, Castor? The unit is cleaner, but organized better organized than last time. Lem sits at the thin bar and gestures for you to sit. Mina's with some of the local kids. Someone has started doing lessons down the way. She seems to like it. Sit. You are at the bar. What's up, sleeper? I have some news. Out with it then, Lem laughs. Rethink things. Does that mean I'm gonna leave? I hope not. I have Celis IDs for us. You have. Lem freezes. How? He blinks rapidly as if to wipe you from his vision. Does that mean... Yep. Lem stands up and paces around the unit. We have to pack. He starts laughing. Holy shit, we have to pack. Turns back to you smiling. How the hell did you swing this, sleeper? A friend helped. Well, thank you, friend. Well, thank you, friend. You showed him the ID films and he whistles at the portress. Impressive stuff. He pats you on the shoulder. You should stay until Mina gets home. We can tell her together. Sure. The buzzer goes. That'll be her. Oh, that was like... It was like seconds later. Lem gets up and opens the door, and Mina, a bundle of energy and life, rushes into the room. Robot, she shouts. Lem picks her up. Mina, you won't believe what they brought us. You flash her the passes, and she looks confused. We are going away after all, we are going away after all, Meanie. He lifts her up above her head, on that big, beautiful ship. Mina screams and Lem laughs. He puts Mina down and she runs over to you and hugs your legs. I love you, robot, she says quietly so only you can hear. I love you too. And a while later, when you leave, you don't even think to check for Castor by the door until it's too late. You stop and turn halfway down the hallway, but there's nothing there. Even that little white cube is gone. So you keep walking back through the low end, deep in thought, excited and scared all at once. Okay. I hope I don't leave. I still have to... Maybe this would be a good time to go find Ashton. Maybe I should go do that. Oh, I keep forgetting. That's okay. I can stay here. No. There. End cycle. Which I might not have a die tomorrow. I didn't get a stabilizer or any data. I probably should get some data. Oh, good. Ooh, that was a good roll, too. Nice. Okay. So, I think first... I can use that 3. I think 3 is a universal, but let me... I gotta... Okay. I need another point. I need 3. Okay. Let me go across here. There's no data over there. And then... Which one is... Let's see. Havenage. Okay. Wait a minute. No, it's not data I need. I need the... Okay, well, I'm glad I didn't waste anything yet. Did I miss it? Oh, I missed it. That's where I get it. I don't think I can get it anywhere else. I think that's it. Actually, no, maybe I can at the wastes, now that I think about it. Let's go back. I remember doing something like that, but I don't know if that's still something I can do. So let's go check the wastes. Gather scrap. There it is. Okay. It subtracts my condition, but I'm gonna do it because... Oh, that could... That's a possible negative outcome. Okay. I'll get one more just to... Okay, I don't have enough for a stabilizer. So I'm going to actually do the stacks so I can get enough money to get a stabilizer. And there we go. And then I'm going to go get a stabilizer. Because if I go down for a cycle, I'm not going to have enough for all my die. Leaves me just with 8 cryo, which I don't think is... Oh, I can work at the thing. Does that give me food? Maybe that's... Oh, that's probably... I think that's what gives me the food. Is the... So let's give it a shot. Spores. Fungus. Fungi. Cool. Okay. I hope she only needs 1. I didn't bother checking. I didn't think to check. Alright. Oh, she does need 2. Damn it. But not of the other one. Okay. Well, I'll use my last one to try and get them. I'm pretty sure that's where I get those ones. Do I? Just need to germinate the spores one more time. Okay. Anything to do here? Oh, that gives me energy. Oh, maybe I'll just do that. Nice. There we go. Perfect. Okay, and then I'm gonna do my stabilizer before we go to sleep. All on the up and up. Now we can end the cycle. And then tomorrow... Oh, that's a terrible roll. I'm gonna have to redo that. Ooh, so much better. What the fuck you want? Moritz is outside when you leave. They're gone. Ember's wake shipped out. Oh shit. There wasn't enough time. I didn't know it actually was do that. There's never enough time, Sleeper. That's why we get these shitty contracts. He sighs. We can try again. First time isn't always lucky. He glances down the corridor. Sorry for getting sharp. Just pissed off about something else. Something else? Bliss's ex. He's stirring things up with her. He frowns. Bliss is going to look up another contract when she's ready. Is she okay? Give her time. That guy who stole her shit. Oh, that guy who stole her shit? He was a real piece of work. He turns around. All right, well, I'll come by when there's more work. Stay loose. You watch him go, frustrated at the Ember's wake contract. The next one will be better, you know it. Okay, I didn't know that was actually timed. I mean, kind of probably should have known better, but I didn't. Oh, right, this is where I look for Ashton. Ooh, I got a lot of points I gotta put into it. Okay, this takes away from my stuff. So, why would I do the other one? To subtract from my condition and also only get +2. I don't know, that doesn't seem like a good deal. Okay. And then I'm gonna make sure I save one. Let me go here and see. Is this a... Sorry, wrong one. Commune. It's safe. So nothing bad happens. I think that means I could put a 1 in there and be fine. I think. Okay, well, let's try this one. Because I don't need +3, I only need the +2. Okay, let's see what we got. Excuse me. The trailhead extends deep into an overgrown section of the greenway. At this far end of the ring, where the long, lazy curve of the greenway becomes the shattered landscape of the wastes, things are oddly quiet. Ahead stands a vast farm stack, broken from its axis by rust or force, and lying amongst the overgrown landscape like an ancient temple. It is stained with moss and algae, like flows of green running out of its broken tanks, like a frozen, brackish tide. This is where Ashton is hiding, you are pretty sure. All your intuition points to the shadows beneath this collapsed superstructure. You roll the comm headset, and Kita gives you your palm. Call. You slip the headset into your ear and it fizzes with static. After a few moments you hear, Ankita, Sleeper, have you located the target? A doubt enters your mind. Can you be sure he is there? The way it tells it to me that way makes me think I really should make sure he's actually there. So, no, hold. A confused silence on the other end. Maybe it is better that you confirm that Ashton is there before you call Ankita. Remove headset. You put the headset back in your pocket. Not yet. You need to confirm. You need confirmation. Okay. You survey the route ahead. There is a direct route, a line of broken pillars that take you into the center of the structure. Or you could skirt around the pillars, keeping to the cover of the raised spine of the greenway and work your way around. It'll take longer, but is better concealed. Skirt around. You decide on the long route and head off towards the center spine. It is slow going there, but when the overgrowth meets the metal wall, but it is so concealed that you can barely see the glass roof high above. You follow the wall, knowing it will lead you to the edges of the collapsed stack. Betsy, come here. For the final part of the journey, you have to work your way through dense overgrowth, pushing aside branches and fronds. It is exhausting, and you stop on a small rise to reset. It has been hours since you began your desperate hope. Ashton hasn't moved on. Thank you for the burp. I appreciate it, Betsy. Just ahead, a soft glow is coming from somewhere within this farm stack. A grow light, still on after all these years, perhaps. You take a little longer. Betsy, stop it. I wanted you to come to just rest nicely. Just gotta rest nicely. Yeah. How about you come on this side so you don't bump the table? Come over here, Bets. Over here. Come on. Over here. Good girl. Okay. You'll be good, dear. You'll be good, dear. Mm-hmm. Come here. Such a good girl. Yeah. Okay. Lay down. No, stop it, stop it. That's not laying down. It's not doing that. It's not. Betsy, lay down. Good girl. Just ahead, a soft glow is coming from somewhere within the farm stack. Betsy, lay down. Good girl. A grow light. Oh, I already read that. Sorry. Excuse me. You follow the faint glow of the stack. You find a broken tank and step through the opening, trying to avoid the broken glass that sits among the moss and algae. You work your way up the slanted tank, carefully, quietly. Somewhere water drips, and you swear you hear birdsong. Hanging plants catch the light, coating the place in a pale and sickly green. As you reach the edge of the tank, you hear something, an echoing hiss like a hydraulic piston. You quickly move up to where the tank opens, into the central drum, and look over the edge. The vast drum is like a cistern with plants growing on all sides and wet mossy islands at its base. It is beautiful, and for a moment you can't see anything but tones of green. Then you see... Oops. Sorry. Then you see the sleeper. Oh, Ashton's a sleeper that I'm hunting? That seems a little strange. In a faint circle of light descending down through the drum, the sleeper lies, slumped at an odd angle. They are surrounded by crates, and beside them, on one of the mossy islands, there is an object. Sounds like he might be dead. A cylinder set on a tarp. It is connected to the sleeper's head. You flinch. A cylinder? It is wait. Are they one of the others? One of the ones that escaped with you? You squint, trying to recognize them. They are twisted, broken, open, wrong. You look away, jump down. You push yourself to the edge, then awkwardly drop onto the mossy islands. It is further than you think, and you fall flat onto the soft green, the smell heavy in your nostrils. You make your way towards the sleeper, slowly, carefully, the soft moss covering your footsteps. Before you have even gone 2 steps, the first shot rings out. It passes so close that you feel the ripples of air radiate out from it. You drop to the ground as the sound echoes around the drum, blanking out all noise. A voice calls out, "That's enough. The next one will end you." Ashton, you assume, is somewhere in the wall of tanks on the opposite side. What did you do to them? I'm saving them. The body is dead, but with the ship mind, he pauses. Look, this one is none of your business, so I appreciate it if you went on your way. I'm gonna start counting soon, so you know I'm serious. A pause. I don't want to kill you. At that moment, you hear a sound, a soft hiss, like a hydraulic piston. You turn, and there is Enkita slipping into the drum behind you. Of course, she was tracking the headset. You suddenly feel stupid, tricked. She meets your eye and shakes her head. The gunshot breaks the silence, blanking out all noise. It hits Enkita's shoulder piece, the ceramic armor cracking but holding as she braces on into the impact. Then she laughs herself, launch. She launches herself forward, the now activated armor launching her across the drum. Another shot goes wide before she reaches the cover of the crates beside the sleeper. Shit! You hear the sound from one of the tanks high on the far wall, and Kita reaches over and wraps a hand around the thick connection between the ship mind and the sleeper. What is she doing? You better come down here or I'll rip this right out of their head, she screams at the wall of the tank. You shiver at the suggestion. Um, I don't I don't think she's going to do it. I don't think he's going to call her bluff either. Stay silent. There's a long pause. All you hear is the dripping of water running down the walls of the drum. Then Ashton calls out, I'm coming down, Ankita. Don't do anything stupid, for God's sake. He appears at the far side of the drum, stepping through the shallow water, rifle raised above his head. Drop the gun, Ankita shouts. He throws it down onto the moss. As you lean out to watch, you see him catch your eye, clocking your presence. What are you up here? What are you up to here, Ashton, you sicko? She stands, keeping her sidearm trained on his head. You ripped my ship mine for what? Some freakish experiment? Ashton approaches with shaking hands, his eyes now fixed on the connecting bundle of wires that Ankita still has hold of. She needs to let go of that now. Steady, Ankita. It isn't like that. I needed the ship mine. You have to understand, they would have died without it. What are you talking about? I don't give a shit why you ripped my ship mine and crippled my ship. I should put you down right now. She tightens her grip on the connection. Oh, okay. Typical of you, Ankita. No curiosity. Ashton smiles shakily. That's why I never asked for your help. You only look after yourself. He nods at you. That sleeper up there, they're just bait, right? To draw me out? Ankita sucks a breath in. Are you trying to give me more reasons to shoot you? I love them, Ankita. Ashton looks at the crumpled sleeper. I love them, and they were going to die. I knew you would never understand that. He starts closing the gap between himself and Ankita now, slowly inching forward. Don't do that, Ashton, Ankita snarls. Don't do that. Let the wares go, Ankita. Let us go. If you don't get out of my way, he inches closer. Please. I can't let you take it, Ashton. Ankita hardens her stare. You stole it from me. You left me for dead. She shakes her head. You think I'm going to trust you after all that? I need it, Ankita. I need them to survive. Ashton is in reach of the sleeper now, of Ankita. I'm going to take them now, Ankita. He raises a hand. I'm going to take the ship mine and go. Ankita loosens her grip on the connection a little. Her hand is shaking now. Stop, Ashton. She lowers the gun a little. Stop. Seeing her drop her guard, he makes his move. A blur of movement, a struggle, a shot, another. You recoil back behind the edge as the ricocheted around the inside of the drum, the sound deafening you. When you call back to the edge, Ashton is bleeding into the water. Oh shit, the red and the green. Ankita is standing at the center of the drum, the severed connection in her hand. Aw, the water drips endlessly, drip after drip after drip. You force yourself to look at the broken sleeper. There is no sign of life, of humanity. There are just another broken object among other broken objects, while all around living things grow and thrive. Shit. Would it have been different if I told her to stop? I thought I'd have another opportunity. And Kita finally looks back at you, tears in her eyes. She begins to say something that might be, sorry, but you are already gone. Yeah, that was pretty shitty, Ankita. I have a feeling it was kind of more of a, you probably accidentally pulled it, but I really don't care. You should. I let you do it, though. It was unsafe. I should have told her to stop. Damn it. I wish I knew if that actually, Would have changed things. What we got here? I'm gonna do 2 of those. I need more of those. That is just data. Pilgrim. Whether Eshe got her supplies through. Okay. Step Song and Hearth. So which one does it go to? I don't know. Well, I can't. Never mind. I don't have that. What goes into the Step Song and Hearth? Is it when I fill that one below? I don't know. I think I'm going to do this one. Never mind. I thought that was an action. I didn't realize that was something I had to put in there. Ship mine. Okay. Well, what's here again? Oh, this is where I can... Why do I have... gather scrap. Why do I have homes that are really close? Well, I guess it's kind of like how the apartment and the shipping container are kind of down from each other. Okay. I think I'll get my... Yeah, I might as well. Nice. Okay. That's my dorm. That's where I sleep. This is that. Okay. So I don't necessarily have to click that at the moment. I want to check everything else before I do that. I need more spores. I think I'll do that then. Okay. And then I'll put that here. Nice. All right. Now I have to wait. Now I have to wait. They need to germinate. Okay. And I'm out of dice, so I might as well just go here. Rico is at her bench, running small vials of some liquid through an old chemical analysis machine. The whirring of the spinning drum fills the lab with white noise, and you aren't sure if she notices you approach. Sleeper, it's good to see you, she looks up smiling. This little project of ours has been keeping me awake the past few cycles, but right now, well, I think I have something. What is it? The drum finishes spinning and Rico lifts a vial from it, holding it up to the light. This is something I extracted from those club heads you've been bringing me. And according to my analysis, it is a substance totally unique on the Greenway. You look at the small amount of liquid in the vial. Any idea what it might be? Rico asks, without looking away from the vial. Medicine? Although, I feel like stabilizer would be a little bit more on point for the game, so I'm going to say that. I'm right, Rico nods. You aren't the first sleeper to come through here. Perhaps I should have mentioned that earlier. Rico's tone suddenly drops, changing the atmosphere in the lab immediately. I just thought she pauses, thinking very carefully of how to continue. I just wanted you to trust us. What do you mean? She sighs. They came through a fair few cycles ago. We found them wandering in the broken section near the gap. The members who brought them in had never seen one of you before. They were terrified of this strange person wandering in from open vacuum. They were quieter than you and damaged. We did our best to patch them up and welcome them to the commune. I only really spoke to them once, while I was working on their wounds along with a couple of systems engineers. She looks nervously at you. I'd never seen a body like that before. I took some readings, some samples. Samples? You have to understand, I was curious. I didn't know what I was looking at. I just took a little of the damaged material, less than a thumbnail. She sifts her weight onto the crutch. The next cycle they were gone. They took a little food and hiked up toward the wild margins. where the greenway meets the waste. Someone saw them in the distance, but that was it. They disappeared into the overgrowth. She sits down heavily, the vial in her hand. When I saw you, I wanted things to be different. I wanted to keep you here rather than let you disappear into wherever they ended up. She smiles to herself. Yes, I wanted to understand this place better, but I also wanted to help you. It seems that somehow both my wishes have come true at once. She holds out a hand with the vial. This is for you. You take the stabilizer. The glass cold and smooth in your palms. Thank you. Don't thank me, she gazes out at the greenway through the glass. Those club caps made it for you, or at least who or whatever made those club heads. She starts to clear her bench. It was right there, containing in their tissue. I only had to extract it. I imagine you understand how incredible that is. I learned enough from that sleeper to know that your body, your frame, runs on some exotic technology that has a time limit built in. Somehow, the Greenway knows that too. It understands your physiology much better than I ever could. It knows how to treat you. Just like that miraculous antidote that sprung from the mold, so has this sprung from your presence here. The Greenway is speaking to you. It is welcoming you. She looks up. I know it sounds crazy, but I know it to be true. Here's the evidence. And I also know is it is no longer speaking to me. Even after decades here, I have never seen this kind of response. Not since the antidote so many cycles ago. She smiles. So I'm going to make you a deal. You bring me as many club heads as you like. I'll extract the stabilizer and give it to you freely. But you have to tell me what the Greenway says. You have to speak with it, to dig into it, to find what being is at the center of it. I've traveled far as I can. I need you to do the rest. Can you do that? Yes. Rico sighs with relief and deflates into her chair. Thank you. I'm sorry for the other sleeper. Truly I am. I'm sorry I couldn't have done more. But I'm so glad I met you. She smiles. You are welcome here any time. Rico falls silent. She looks smaller now, more fragile, and you realize how old she must be to have seen the collapse firsthand. You idle a little bit in the lab, in case she asks for anything else, but she remains silent, and so you drift back into the tunnel, thoughts of that other sleeper, and where they ended up weighing on your mind. Cool. Oh, I can plant it! We got it! Good, but what do we have? I'll take good care of it, sleeper. Rico smiles. Don't you worry. Oh, Rico's taking care of it. Okay. Wait, where'd I plant that? Was that... Okay, that's gonna take a couple Wait, no. Okay. I think that's a separate thing from what she's doing. Yes, I can still come here with these club heads. Which is where I get it from here, right? I think. Because I don't think I get it from... I don't think I get it from here. It gives me the spores or the... You know, the Garoli caps. Alright, so I'm out. Let's go ahead and end the cycle. Okay. Not a great roll today, but that's okay. I'll redo it. Ooh, I have a stabilizer. I'll do that before... Does it really matter, though? What does it... Well, I mean, it might matter, because maybe I'll lose some more of my stability bar somewhere, somehow. So I probably should just wait until I'm done doing actions before I do my stabilizer. Okay, the aviary, that, labs, commune, the ambergris. What was this? He does away. Amber is docked here at a rickety old jetty, but she's sealed up. Note says sleeper stay. I'll be ready soon. Wastes. Still just gather stuff. Base camp. Oh, right. That's, okay, I was going to... Did I get over here? I didn't do these yet. Oh, yeah, because I need stuff like that from it. That's right. What about these ones? Is that also something I need that for? Nope. That seems to be the only thing. No, except for this. This one needs flux data. One that appeared after the... Oh, okay. I need to look for a node in the wastes. Okay. This one also needs caps. Actually, I can do this, I think. So that's good because, I mean, it's just easier to put the action right into it because all I'm doing when I have to put an item into it is doing an action somewhere else just to get it and then to go back there. So I feel like just having the action for it just is more convenient. Okay, so I need spores. I didn't mean to use that one. 2 spores. Okay, and then I'm gonna reroll. Good. Nice. Much better. Okay. Oh, and I was gonna look for that. He said the wastes, right? What do I need for it? A 6. Perfect. I have one. Oh, I could have also used a 5. Extract data. Okay. And I don't remember how many he needs. Let's see. Nope, it wasn't this one. It was this one. Just one. Okay. Sleeper, come look at this. PK is poring over one of the displays of the makeshift decoding suite that they've set up in the climbing brio cargo bay. On the screen, a clump of data pathways, like an ingrown root ball, has started to untangle. This is an existing node corrupted by the flux event. It's totally twisted up. They glanced up to you to check you are listening. But inside, you watch as the unwinding pathway leave behind patterns of negative spaces, like shadows staying behind despite their caster leaving. It is a whole other data set. PK's eyes shine bright in the pale screen light. The flux event somehow seeds this data deep into the gaps in the node, wrapping them around it. What's in there? Not sure, PK frowns. It isn't being very cooperative. You watch the screen, the patterns of shadows becoming obvious now as each layer of the pathway is pulled away. The flux event itself really did a number on unprotected nodes like this one. Most of the eye's systems are screening again radiation and interference, but these exposed nodes, PK makes a rippling motion with their hands, torn apart. PK points to a thick tangle of threads on the screen. Look here, it looks like it's been tangled purposefully, but it's actually that all the points within the node have been randomly rearranged, as if the node was a bag of ball bearings and the flux shook them. Interesting. The pathway tried to account for the rearrangement once the system came back on, hence the tangle. Peak pauses at the node continues to unwind. As the node continues to unwind. Although, PK muses, it was less like shaking a bag of ball bearings and more like making them all simultaneously occupy a superposition of every possible position in the bag before locking them back into a new configuration. They smile sheepishly, but that's a technicality. Does any of that help us? So what is the flux? We know it is a wave, one with exotic effects, that's all. PK runs a hand through their hair. The question is not so much what flux is, but what is causing it, where it is coming from. PK turns away from the screen, meeting your eye. There is something else, they pause. You have spoken with the refugees? A little. PK lowers their voice instinctively. What they are reporting, massive systems failures. Cascading collapses of life support, of terraforming systems, total data corruption, PK swallows. The flux shouldn't do that. It can fundamentally rearrange the structure of systems, especially those poor shielded but totally collapsed heavy-duty industrial systems, fail-safes and all. That doesn't make sense. Those kinds of systems are built for deep space, for solar flares and radiation. The flux might penetrate them, but any reconfiguration should have been repairable. PK looks back at the screen where the decoding node lies almost fully open, a shadow pattern of negative spaces that exist within its scrambled interior darkens the screen. It's like a set of bruises showing the pattern of the object that made them. I need to look into something. I have an idea what might be causing this wave, triggering the flux, but I need time to research it. Can I help? PK shakes their head. I'm sorry, Sleeper, but I want you to keep this to myself. I want to keep this to myself for now. If you need something to do, the flotilla could surely do with the help. From what I heard from Eshe, things are tense there. Where's Eshe? PK glances around the bay. Must be out. I've been focusing on this, so I can't say I've noticed, although the quiet is nice. They smile. Give me some, Sleeper. PK turns back to their console. I'll have some answers soon enough. I hope. You take one last glance at the uncoiling node as you leave. The dark shapes it leaves behind, somehow troubling. You try to shake them from your mind. There are things to be done elsewhere. Okay. So gotta wait for her. I don't have these. Have that I need to do, but I'm gonna go... Did this need... This was just actions. Okay. And then this one was... Oh, I need 3. Damn it. Okay, well, let me go back. I thought I didn't need 3. I thought I needed like 2. Okay. Now we should be able to do it. There we go. Okay, so we got one of those. I'm wondering if I should put one into this or the other. It's risky. Let's see what the other one is. Risky. Oh, that's just a timer. Safe. I think I'll do the safe thing. Nice. Okay. And then I think this just puts towards the hearth survival. It must. I don't see what else it would do. Okay, so I have a stabilizer I can use. Yep. Okay, and then... too bad I didn't... It'll be fine. I'll just be very hungry tomorrow, so I'll have to tend to that first. Okay. It's like an okay roll. Do I have 3 yet? I do. Okay, cool. Alright, use scrap components at home to repair condition. Agent notes give you double data. Hard to kill. Keep 2 dice even when condition is breaking. Reroll all your dice once per cycle. Wait a minute, I'm just adding... Never mind. 3 points. Oh, I'm just... Oh, it's going towards all those things. Okay, well, I really don't... I think I'm just gonna go from the top down. Wait a minute. Why is that +1 not highlighted, but the other one is? The other ones are. I don't like that. bothers me. Makes me think that I'm missing something. Feel my hair slipping. Okay. So, I was gonna get food. I think I'll just do the commune. That seems to work pretty well. Nice. Almost. I'll put a... Wait a minute. One gives me... I'll put that one into it. I still have a reroll, so... Okay, there we go. Okay. Where do I get... Oh, I get them here, I think. Right? Yeah, I think this is where I get those. Or is it where I get the... Wait, are those called caps? These ones? I don't know now. I don't think so, actually. Aren't those ones that I have technically caps? The ones that look like caps? I don't know. Oh, I gotta go do the, I think he said he was gonna tell me, but I'm gonna check anyway. I'm just gonna check just to be safe. Side rail horizon will be set out. You will either be on board or not. As long as Lem and Mina get on, I probably will just forego it, but at the same time, I hope it's not like, Sleeper, you weren't on. You didn't meet us, so we didn't know to go. I wonder if I go... Maybe if I go to it, then I'll have the option, possibly. All you can do is move on and wait. Okay. Okay, descend. What's this one again? Oh, this one, just for money. Money, 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 money. Money. What's this one? Oh, I have her to build trust with still. Damn, I have a lot to do. I can't be off in a couple cycles. I have to stay around and do all this shit. I got work. I can't take a vacation now. Nice. Perfect. Check that out. Okay, now I'll do a safe activity. Or she needs to analyze that data, so I don't think I actually need to do anything apart from that. Oh, Matsutake. Where do I get those? I don't know. Do I have any data? What the hell? Oh, it must mean I don't have any data. Okay. Okay, I'm gonna go back over here. Start from the beginning like we do. No more to do there. This one just takes... Wait, is that crossed out? Nope, they still will take those. That's my container. This one I get... I don't remember. I get scrap from one of them. Let's see, what do I have here to do? Nothing. But... yeah, these are the caps. Why is she not taking them? Before I do that, I'm gonna go check with her again. Sell components, okay. How much is it? I don't know. Play the exchange, the flow of chits. Okay. Fabrication. that. Memphis, do I have anything else to do with him? Nope, I think that's it for him. This one's not really anything. This one is for either energy. Ooh, maybe this is where I'll get... I don't need energy, though. I don't need any energy. Or cryo. Caster's table, he's gone. Yeah, this is the one... It's dangerous, though. So I am not going to put a... What would be a... Wait a minute. I'm still not going to do it, but I want to see what the modifier would be. Engage. Okay, I don't... The modifier I got... A 2 plus 2 on... is engineer. Okay. Let's go back over. I don't know why that has to be a big thing. Why can't I just... But... Oh well. It's not like it takes that long. Okay. Yeah, I thought she said caps, but those are not the same shape. The waists. That's where I can go. Safe. This is what I'll do. Look at that. Need time on that. This one needs... This one's risky, but just needs a dice. And then this one... Oh, I need the... Now I need to ship mine. Damn, I was hoping I could just do spores again. Shit. I gotta buy one then, I guess. Let's go back down here, because I'm pretty sure... But last time I checked, he's like, I don't sell them anymore, so... Yeah, doesn't sell them anymore. I think that comes from the data, so I am going to be sure to do that. I'm first going to do a repair, just to... Because it only puts 1 point in for condition. So I'll do that. My energy is up all the way. Oh, actually, I could take those mushrooms to her. Now that I know those aren't the ones she's looking for. Or is this... What's this gonna give me? It gives me energy. Okay, that was... I just wasted that. Alright, well... I should have known, because it doesn't actually have anything that... You know, it doesn't really tell me what it gets, but it obviously gives me just energy, which I'm pretty sure she kind of said, so I should have known better. But I wanted to see anyway. Okay. Had a great roll. Hopefully my re-roll won't be too bad. I still haven't had a re-roll where I get like all 1s and 2s or anything, so I'm preparing myself for that. Yeah, I'll go here. I haven't put... No, I have put stuff in here, but I feel like I need to move this forward. You get this one going. Okay. Nice. Okay. One more probably will do it. Nice. You almost laugh when you see it. The same small recorder stuck to a different wall this time. Written across the fluorescent tape is that familiar word, sleeper. You grab it quickly. Rabia says sorry. Sabine's voice sparks up once again. She said she didn't have time to brief you before setting you up with the old man. I'm sure you've got the play by now. Earn his trust, work the block, then we need you to get into his office. A pause. It's risky, but obviously you are the only one of us who doesn't already know. He doesn't already know. Either way, we need to locate the link to Espen Arp. You hear a shout in the background of the recording. Rabia says, be careful. Sabine continues. The data suggests there's some relay processing the implant data and sending it to SNARP, but we can't lock down its position. Either he is moving it or it's moving itself, or it is rerouting through other relays. We can't understand it. Maybe you can find some detail on it in his office. Once he trusts you, you should be able to get close enough to get in the office. You'll only get one shot. The recording creaks and whines. That's the final piece of the puzzle to end this. A pause. Good luck, sleeper. I'm sorry too. Be safe. The recording clicks off, leaving you in silence. You pocket the recorder just in case and walk away. Looks like it's up to you. Okay. His office. Dangerous. But of course I have to do it. Okay, you look at the countermeasure on the drawer. It looks like some kind of a shock trap. If you'd grabbed the drawer, you'd likely have thousands of volts running through your system right now. You wince. Once you find the anchor points, it comes away easily enough. You prise it from the drawer quickly and quietly, then listen for footsteps in the corridor outside. Nothing. All clear for now. You slide the drawer open, looking for other countermeasures that might be inside, expecting to see a chunk of tech, the relay. But as you slip it open, all you see is a handful of wires and an empty implant cradle. Is this some kind of mistake? You freeze for a moment, unsure what to do next. Why keep an implant cradle so carefully guarded? You remember Yannick having an implant, a small plate on the side of his head, just above his ear. You assumed it was for hearing or vision. Those shimmering glasses of his come back to you in your memory. His strange movements, his speech. You look again at the cradle, and there it is, printed on the frame. Proprietary technology, property of SNARP. Rabia said the relay moved, and they couldn't get a fix on it. Wait, if Yannick was the relay, the thought hits you like a shock. Yannick, with the remote relay implanted in his head, networked to every single implanted enforcer in the low end. A shudder runs through you. Is he even in control, or has SNARP wormed its way into the man? Could he ever be considered separate from the corporation itself? You think of your own legal status as proprietary technology, a puppet with cut strings. Time to cut Yannick's strings, then. You reach around inside the cradle and find it, a remote connection, a tiny bead of a transmitter, likely controlling the link to the SNARP. There it is. You pause for a moment, then you squeeze it, snap it from the frame, and it crumbles, sparks, and dies. It takes a moment before the shouts come, before the scream, and you are already on your way out. down the corridor, down through the unit that serves as the lobby to Yannick's office. Then out of the walkway where Yannick lies still, enforcers gather around him, bemused. If I leave, that would be a little suspicious, so I'll approach. You push through the crowd, and there he is, still crumpled. You arrange him a little, lie him down properly, feeling how thin his body is under his suit. You wonder how long he has been like this, a puppet for SNARP. With the connection cut, nothing remains but his body, which means that Yannick, the man, was gone a long time before now. Oh, shit. You place a hand on his chest. You are sorry for him, but it is done now, and you did not kill this man. I didn't kill him. I swear I didn't do it. You've seen enough. The connection is cut, and whatever Yannick was or had become is gone. Your anger is a hard core in your chest, and all of it focused on SNARP. Okay. Interesting. Did you get all that? The aftermath. Is wild. Stories about Yannick's death. You are waiting for Rabia to get in touch, but you will trust you will get in touch. Like, why is that a negative sign? Why is there a negative sign on that? I don't know. Is she gonna scold me? She might scold me. Might be in trouble. And then I need, in order to get, I thought this was the gap with the ferry. Whoops. Cell components. Maybe it's this one, the fabricator. Okay, how do I get that though? Let me look at these. That just gives me the data. I need to check to see who I give it to, who... I could try the Yatagan. Let's see. Havenage, Yatagan. Let's try this. Ooh, I got cryo. Okay. And then we'll go over to here. I think I only get cryo, but I'm gonna try... What happened? I didn't get any data from that? What the hell? I thought that was something I get each time. What the fuck? Okay, this might be the place I have to get it. I don't know now. Yeah, this is scrap. Oh, okay, they're here, they're here. Buy some scrap. I think that literally is just what it is, just scrap. So I don't know if I want to do that or not. But I will. Random scrap item. So it says random scrap item. Could I ever get something that's not scrap? I think this is where I have to get it. But I have to wait until they're there. I feel like I missed it sometime during this time. It's always hungry to break it up. Break it down, sell it off. Yeah, that's just... Yeah, it's just selling it. Okay. Let's check the hub. Okay, still waiting on what's her face. Okay. Those are almost done. She's still working on that. Does she need anything else? Oh, this is just my stabilizer. Okay. Ankita, she's back. You spot Ankita on the track to the farm stack. She has a box on her shoulders and is working her way down the slope. She sees you as she approaches. Neither of you speak for a moment. She looks tired, pale, and her hair is tangled, and clumps of dirt cling to her armor. You both eye each other. Ankita. She holds up a hand. Sleeper. She takes a deep breath. I'm sorry for what happened. Truly I am. She looks down. I'm sorry you ended up in the middle of this. While you have shown me his kindness, she rubs her face. I'm sorry. I'm going to stay silent. For that, Sleeper, that... She stares at the floor. I'm sorry. She looks up and away, not meeting your eye. What you did is unforgivable. I don't really want to do that. She feels bad enough already. She nods and looks up to the stars. I've never... She stops herself. Thank you. Ankita shifts the weight of the box on her shoulder. I've been preparing for... She grimaces. Look. She sighs. Can you come with me? It's easier if... If what? You see it. She finishes. It's just down the way. Ankita leads on down the dirt path between the pillars. There is a wind passing through the greenway. Wind? Okay, there's a wind passing through the greenway. A quirk of the air currents the biosphere maintains, and it ruffles the leaves softly. The sound makes the silence more obvious, more complete. You try not to think of the last time you were here. You have been trying not to think of it for the past few cycles. The image of the sleeper, sprawled, twisted open, connected to his ship mind, has been hard to forget. You realize Ankita is leading you back there, back into the drum at the center of the stack. You pause, trembling a little at the threshold. She turns. What are you doing? She looks at you with empty eyes. What needs to be done? You stand on the threshold and look up at the tanks, green and wet, some glowing with flickering glow lamps. You look down at Ankita, suddenly so small under the hulking ruin. The smallest she has ever looked. She placed the boxes down. Follow her in. You follow Ankita into the stack through the low tank, entering the drum at ground level. It is just as beautiful as you remember, but it barely touches you. Instead, you check the aperture for the tanks, for the glint of weapon or shadow among the moss. Ankita stops and you look down. The mossy island at the center of the tank is clear now, the equipment cleared. In its place is a mound of dirt, loosely covered with moss. Ashton's rifle standing straight, half buried in the dirt at the grave's head. I buried them together, Ankita says without turning. You both stand there in silence for a little while. You think of questions you could ask about Ashton, about the sleeper. Was the sleeper dead? She takes a moment to respond, and for a moment you think she won't. But then the words come gushing out. Their body was long dead. That much was obvious. After you left, I checked them, but there was nothing, no signal, no function. The ship mind was the same, dead. I don't know if Ashton's plan would have worked. He seemed desperate, but that doesn't mean it wasn't. She pauses, unsure how to continue. I don't think he was lying, but you have to understand. I've had crew members double-cross me, undercut me, rat me out. That's the business. He wasn't a good person. None of us in this job are. And this is how we die, alone. I'm sorry they had to die too. She stops, not sure of what to add. It seems like she is reaching for something, but she can't quite get there. You feel that gap between you, and as you do, it widens. The water drips, the moss trembles. You both stand in silence for a while longer. You both feel it, like creeping back in, the silence ending. Akita shifts her weight, and then suddenly starts to walk out. You follow her, suddenly eager to go back out in the open space of the greenway, to be away from this place forever. You stand outside and breathe the fresh air. You stare at the green leaves and the stars wheeling above them. That's it, says Ankita, and from somewhere behind you. You try to think of something to say, but can't. Ankita puts a hand on your shoulder. You turn back to her. At least take this. She forces a handful of cryo-chits into your hand. It's what I owe. She looks at you desperately. You look down at the metal bars, ugly little things. You think, take them? I don't want to drop them, because then she'll have to go pick them up. That seems like an asshole thing to do. That seems like a douchey thing to do, so I don't think I'm going to do that. It's attached. I hate that when it seems like it's not attached, and then you go take this loose hair off your face and you just pull your hair. Okay, you take the chits and turn without saying a word. You continue up the track, and she does not follow. Now, that's kind of mean. As you walk up the rise, the wind picks up and the leaves shudder. You walk faster, trying to outpace your anger. The chits are heavy in your pocket, and you hate them for reminding you of how little a life is worth. Shit. There must have been a good end to that? Fuck. See, these little things, they add up and are bad, and I need to be more careful and think about it. I need to think my actions through. This was the safe action, I think, right? Oh, not this one. This one. Yes. So I'm just gonna do this one. Okay. And then go here. I'll do one self-repair. I'm good on energy. Did all my dice. Let's end the cycle. End this cycle of violence. No, it looks like I just killed a couple people indirectly. I thought she'd be more responsible, but apparently not. Apparently I was shitty to have... Oh, there she is. Or there he is, okay. Sleeper, Moritz is waiting for you on your way out. How have you been? Surviving. Moritz nods. That's the struggle. He glances around. He runs his hand through his hair. I've been meaning to ask you, Sleeper, what's it like? He pauses, suddenly unsure. I mean, you know, what does it feel like? To be a sleeper? Yeah, he shrugs, if you don't mind. It's strange. Yeah, I know I can't understand it, with your frame and, well, everything else, but I wanted to say I have a lot of sympathy for it. Like, having to find a place, having to survive, having no future. He looks down. A lot of people around here understand that. Moritz looks away, and you notice him for the first time, not just as Bliss's assistant, but as someone with their own worries, their own struggles, their own life. You feel bad for not noticing either earlier. Moritz looks back at you. Anyway, got a message for you. Bliss sent me down. We've scored another contract and she needs your help. That's the message. He pauses. But look, Sleeper, if you aren't up for this, just tell me now. I'll tell Bliss. Clean it up, He trails off. I'm up for it. Good, good. He rubs his neck. Just want to be sure. He rolls his shoulders. See you up there. Moritz turns and strides off, leaving you in the corridor. Time to help Bliss, and maybe this time you think to yourself, it'll work out. Much better roll today. Very good roll today, actually. They came all the way over here across the ferry to get me? Wow. They really can find me, can't they, if they want to? They must have a tracker on me or something. Oh, past it. Ascend. Ascend! Oh, one more cycle. I wonder if I'll be reminded or if I'll just... Wait, hold on. 1 point. No, I'm not ready for that. This is where I go, right? Maybe not. Whoa, look at how many points go into that. That's insane. But that's not what I'm looking for. Oh, I need to bring him those caps still, okay. Help Bliss. I wish it would tell me more specifically. Okay. Okay. I thought she was up here. Where did she go? Do I go somewhere else? Damn, what am I missing? Where do I go? Secure data. Wait, what's it say about this? Wet dock. Alien salvagers. I think I'm gonna get the rest of those scraps. Hey, Sina. No, Bets, lay down. Hey, Sina, kitty. Hey, Sina, come here. My little black kitty's coming over. Come here, Sina. Come on. Sina, come here. Hey, Sina. Betsy, stop. Aw. She decided not to. Damn. I don't think I need to... Maybe I should keep them. No, because then they won't leave and come back with a new scrap allowance for me. So I should probably at least put one of these into... Oh, they stay for this amount of time. Okay. Okay. Well, I made my money back. No, I didn't. I'm still short, too, from what I had. About. So never mind, but whatever. Where the fuck is she? Is she on this side or something? Farm stack. I'm gonna... How do I get those other ones? Harvest mushrooms. It's safe, so... Nice. Cool. Okay. Okay. Let me go back. I'm gonna go back to Emphas and I'm gonna give him his stuff. I think that's what these are. Let's check. Yep. How many does he need? Hopefully he doesn't need more than... Oops. Come on. The hell? Come on. There we go. There we go. Hopefully he doesn't need more than one. If he does, though, I do have more dice I can use. I have more moves. Yeah, I need another one. Okay. Okay, get more of these. Nice, okay. Okay. There we go. Ooh, okay. I got all of it. What do I have to do? Memphis says he needs time. Oh. Okay, he needs... Okay. Takes him 3 cycles to do that. Well, I guess I can't go on the voyage because Emphas is making me some good soup. Good mushroom soup, and I can't miss it. So, yeah, sorry. Sorry about that. Hopefully Mina and Lem are smart enough to go without me. I don't know, though. It worries me. And I'm confused where to go. Do I go back to where I was? Just bring up my condition. Oh, I still need the ship mine or whatever. I'll put some into here. Okay. And then this one I need a ship mine, which I don't remember how to do it. I think I have to, but I need those to make it. And those come from... Play the exchange. Sell. No, see, that's selling them. I feel like they haven't been coming. And I guess, like, I've missed them. I must have just missed them. Okay. Let me look to see. It's 2 cycles. It's done so far. Okay. Anything else I can do? Let's cross some stuff off the list. So this, we're done. And I also want to see where Bliss is, so I might as well just click everything. This is just a thing that stays open, so I can sell that stuff. Here's my container. Nothing new. This we were just at. Need to wait for it to come back around. This, I get energy from. And also cryo if I want to work. Okay, so I think that's done, basically. This is a recurring thing to get scrap and cryo. The exchange is for selling the scraps or playing whatever, gambling or whatever. This one is for taking those things. Ship mines cannot be built from scratch, but you have enough salvage fragments can be reassembled. Okay, and I think that's what I get from the one ship that I keep missing. I gotta wait a few cycles for him. I don't know how much more he's gonna want after this. We'll see. This one is just data and cryo. And I think that one is actually gambling as well. This one's energy and cryo. That's my unit. This is done. Waiting for them to checking out his death. I kind of just did that. I kind of just went rogue and did that on my own, didn't I? I was just like, yep. Click here, pop. Steal a shipment. I don't want to do that. Even if you're careful, the system can't be fooled for long. I mean, I have 3 strikes, but at the same time, should I just do 1? No, I don't want to do that. Actually, wait a minute. Hold on. Interface. No, I have engineer as my modifier. I don't have any of that. Okay. So I'm pretty sure across here, I'm just waiting for Emphas and Rabia. Those are the only things. And also waiting for that shipment to come around so I can make my ship mine core. This is just the oh, I forgot to go up the hub. I'll do these and then go back to the hub. This is just for energy and cryo. This is for getting mushrooms or spores, for getting spores and gorilla caps. This is for getting random mushrooms. I'm waiting for her to get done with her planting my thing. I can get a stabilizer with those. That's where I stay. This is where I just get energy. The wastes. This is where I get scrap. That's where I sleep. This is... I need to put actions into this. I got like, what is that, 5 or 6 more things. So that's something I might do. And then waiting for her. This one, I still need to get some stuff. Okay, and then this one is where I need the ship mine. Okay, so I think I might, if I'm going to do anything, I'm going to go to the dust houses if I can't find Bliss. Because I have no idea where the fuck she is, so... I'm just really confused. Let's go up to the hub again. This one is the departure. This is just a place to get energy, well, food for energy. This is just a place to sleep. This is a farm. I don't think this is what she was talking about. Maybe it is. Maybe it is. Hold on a minute now. That's gotta be it. It couldn't possibly be anything else. Come on, why aren't you... There. The sycamore seed's internal biome is in trouble. Every action will bring it closer to collapse. Sycamore seeds needs to be reinforced and sealed, otherwise the crops will be lost. Okay. That puts a lot into... I think that must be a negative thing, though. This one doesn't have any of that. So we're gonna do this and hope... Oh, it's engineer, so I got a +2. Nice! So it was a 6. So that was a positive outcome, but I still had 1 to the fragile biome. So I guess I'm gonna have to stick to the safe one. But none of that said anything about Bliss. Maybe he was just telling me? Help Bliss. Bliss needs investment and hard work to turn her repair bay around. Could you be her business partner? Invest in Bliss's bay. Complete repair jobs for Bliss. Okay. I mean, I would. Oh, this is where I was. Okay. Well, let me just, don't have any more to do. My conditions at its max, as well as my energy. So I think I'm gonna end the cycle. Looks like a disco ball that I'm on. That's cool. Okay. So... Lemon Mina. There's a crowd, but you spot Lemon Mina immediately as you enter the dock. They are waiting at the cordon, where Celis security are checking the crew in to board the ship. Those that manage to get up to the hub are crowded near the entrance, but even they know their chance of getting on board has long gone. Lem spots you among the crowd. Sleeper, we are here. They are standing beside a bag which looks to carry all the possessions they have. It is small enough to be carried in one hand. You ready? Lem smiles nervously. Well, I guess so. He hefts the bag. I hope they'll let us take this on board. Got our whole life in here. You hand over the Celis ID film to Lem. Why didn't he just take it when I was visiting him? I'm glad I came by, or else I guess he wouldn't have had his ID film. He turns back and forth in the light. He turns it back and forth in the light. Where did your friend even get this picture, Sleeper? Looks like my old Conway ID. You look, and a shimmering young Lem stares out of the film, harder and clean cut. I spoke to the guard here. He nods to the white and green clad security officer. They'll be doing orientation and role assignment on board. Sounds like we are going to be working under the core crew. Kind of like an intern, he laughs. What do you think, Meanie? Am I too old to be an intern? Following Lem's hand, you inspect your ID. As you lift the film up to the light, you see something strange. Here we go, that's the thing. Something that makes you flinch. The face printed in the film is one you recognize immediately, but it is not you. At least, it is not how you look now. You squint at this ghost, confused why you hadn't noticed earlier. It is a picture you remember being taken, a memory that you didn't know you had. You remember signing the forms, the walk to the sleeper tanks, the cold metal floor. You remember the S&ARP employee who helped you in, her smile clean and surgical. Her smile was surgical? I don't know what that means. You freeze in place, thinking of the you that still sleeps somewhere in an S&ARP facility that won't wake until you are recovered and disposed of, and now you are leaving. Will they ever wake up? Sleeper, Lem interrupts your thoughts. These guys want us to board. You stare at him without thinking, then notice the guard gesturing to you both to come forward. You all kick off and float over to them. Steadying yourselves on the guardrail, you hang back, letting Lem present his ID film first. The guard slides it across the white machine, much like the one Castor printed them from. You reflexively rub the puncture mark on your hand, even though there's no trace of it now. It seems to be your destiny to be someone else's tool. Lem and Mina are waved through, the guard smiling at her excited face. Lem turns back to check you are coming. The guard beckons you closer. Wait. You wait for a moment. You need to wait for a moment. This is all happening too fast, changing too much. There are so many questions you have, so many threads to catch hold of. And yet here you are, boarding a ship to who knows where, on a journey that will take decades. Reconsider. Is this really what you want? How will you even survive? You suddenly feel dizzy, unsettled. You can make out the concerned look on Lem's face as you hold back. The guard gestures again. Mina's eyes, looking back at you, are so bright in the starlight. Stay on the eye. You can't do it. You can't get on that ship. You turn away quickly, trying not to look at Lem, to look at Mina, to meet their eyes. You turn away and kick off hard from the guardrail. They deserved an actual goodbye. Why did I just dash? When you reach the far wall, you turn back. The scene continues in front of you as if nothing has changed. The next set of people are boarding. The crowds are still gathered at the cordon. The sidereal horizon still blinks, its yellow hull bright against the stars. And there are Lem and Mina gliding towards the docking bridge, bag in hand. Lem is facing away, focused on the steady climb, but Mina is in his arms and is facing back towards you. You watch her face, confused, sullen, but twinkling with a growing excitement as Lem carries her forward. As you watch Mina, you think about your future, about the future you might choose. You know one thing for certain, that future is on the eye. You no longer have any enthusiasm for being carried forward by the dreams of others, for grand futures that unfold like angelic wings across the horizon. The future is being made now, on this spinning ring, among its people and its systems. You are sure of that. But as you watch Mina disappear into the entrance of the sidereal horizon, and much later when you watch the ship pull away, you feel a sense of longing. A longing to be carried, not by the systems that spin the suns or the corporations that run the colonies, but by love towards an uncertain future, just as Mina was. That, you think, is the future you wish to make here on Erlin's Eye. Left behind. Is this gonna end anyway? It ended anyway? This better be an open-ended thing. What the fuck? Continue. Okay. I probably would have left if that was the case. Although, I don't know. I kind of have my thing going. I got like 5 different houses on this place. I'm living the good life here. Let's be honest. Okay, here we go. A strange choice. Castor stands beside you at the rail, watching the pinpricks of light from the sidereal horizon's drives disappear. But perhaps not unexpected. You turn to look, and Castor is beaming at you with an unsettling warmth. What do you want? Castor rolls his eyes. Please, Sleeper, we know each other by now. I only wish for you to exercise that strong drive of yours. If it happens to align with my own, then that is pleasing to me, but if it does not, I cannot punish you. What about the sidereal? Castor looks out to the stars. I will do my best to follow its progress. He pauses. Oh, yeah, right. I was supposed to go and, we had a deal. Whoops. Okay, well, nothing we can do about it now. To follow its progress, he pauses. Celis itself is of more concern. Sundre Celis has taken a step back from the public eye. It seems some internal struggles are playing out within their pristine halls, Castor sighs, but I doubt core politicians are of much concern to you. Castor moves down along the rail. The eye, though, that seems to be your primary concern, am I right? I have unfinished business. It is my home. I still plan to leave. It's my home. He smiles broadly. Then we are fellow residents. He seems pleased. This place has been a good home for me. Though, like all places, it has its phases. Do not idle here too long, Sleeper, unless you wish to be once again caught in the movement of systems much bigger than yourself. Almost swallowed the wrong way. Castor turns and starts to clunk away in his mag boots. I will be keeping an eye on you, if you don't mind, Sleeper. He waves as he walks. My curiosity remains piqued. Once he leaves, you stay a little longer at the rail, watching the stars, imagining the look on Mina's face when she sees Celis 1 for the first time. Imagining the excitement when she first touches its soil, the joy when she first stands outside in the rain laughing. Those images, though they will not happen for decades, are what will carry you through this cycle and perhaps the next one too. Okay. Um okay, good. So just like I kind of was thinking, it's an open-ended game. Uh but I wonder what would have happened if I chose to go. I have a feeling that it would have been like, oh no, you can't go for this reason, which I thought it was going to do. I didn't think it was going to give me the option. And it makes me wonder if maybe it's like one of those games where, no, because it's only one cycle, so it wouldn't be able to just let it keep going. It's one cycle I have to choose. It's not like one of those things where it goes back before your final decision in the game, before you can go back and like finish things. It's not like that, I don't think, because there was only one cycle I could go do that. I'm pretty sure. I'm fairly certain. Oh, let me check. Because the side reel, is it a side reel anymore? And where the fuck is Bliss? I don't know. I don't know. She's like, come help me with work, but then just, I don't know where the fuck she goes. That doesn't seem like a good way to, have employees. Okay, that's gone. Empty container. That. Oh, I have, yeah, that's right. I was gonna come here to do the caps. Or the Groli or whatever. Nice. Cool. Okay. And I rolled really well this time around. So I think the thing I have to work on is the refugee camps or whatever you want to call them. Still working on that. Okay. Dust House was the one I wanted to put stuff into. So I might as well. Okay, I think just one more after this one. Yep, and I think I'm good to go. Okay. Aki. I see you've been contributing. Aki stands next to you at the dust house window. I was unsure what to expect when we joined the flotilla on its voyage to the Eye, but after the journey across the system, then the quarantine, and then the flux reaching all the way out here too, Aki stops herself. Thank you. She bows a little. The other ships had only been interested in sending us supplies, but we grow all we need. She gestures at the dust house. What the dust house needs, that is the problem that concerns us. She smiles and turns to you. Shall we go inside? I'd love to. Aki smiles. Come. She taps away at the panel by the window. Seems only fair that after your help with the support system, you get to see what it is that you are maintaining. Aki leads you to an opening beside the window. You pass through a dark, changing room. You notice Aki is sliding on an oxygen mask and visor. She looks at the swirling dust inside. Inside, it's just like Ember's step. Thin atmosphere, constant dust storms. Nothing that will bother you. She passes you a mask. The dust isn't exactly pleasant to inhale, however, so take this. You hold it to your face. She leads you through a short decontamination tunnel with its fizzing panels of purifying light, and then through into the dust house. Immediately, the wind and the heat hits you. You feel the rough waves of dust scattering across your face and peer through the amber murk. Your feet slide on shifting piles of sand. Welcome to Step, or an emulation of it at least. Aki's voice sounds distant, echoey. The terraforming process only managed to provide a limited atmosphere around the moon, one which is slowly escaping. It's been like that since I was born, so I got used to the idea. You catch her bright eyes through the amber dust. So did everything else that lives here. You feel something hard beneath your feet, beneath the sand, like a coil of rope. What's under the sand? This is steppe silk. It's one of the plants we established on steppe. She kicks away some red sand. Like any blast fiber, it can be retted and woven into clothes. I'm wearing some made from it myself. It's one of the many species adapted to steppe since the Solheim collapse, which is why it must be preserved. She stares out into the swirling dust. It is as much a refugee as we are, and the dust house holds hundreds of other species. You look at the pale, unassuming root. Threaded quickly through the sand, Aki watches you silently. Oh, my eyes are watering for some reason. I'm just getting so teared up. Oh, leaving the eye. Oh. Had enough, it'll be easier to speak outside. Aki leaves you back out through the decontamination tunnel, which blasts the dust from both of you with a burst of metallic tasting air and into the changing room. Aki hangs up both the masks, patiently awaiting your questions. What happened on Ember's step? Aki pauses, pulling her shawl around her. She looks small and pale inside its layers. Steppe was already a doomed world, she sniffs. When Solheim gave the terraforming contract to Cybele, they believed they could build an atmosphere, but the moon's erratic orbit made it impossible to maintain. By the time of the Solheim collapse, the atmosphere was already fading, and Cybele's attention was on Ember's hearth. After the collapse, Cybele fell too, its researchers scattered across the moons, and any central organization lost. Since then, my parents' generation worked timelessly to survive, to adapt what we had to the failing moon. The steppe silk, the other adapted species, are the life's work of the steppe's colonies. So when the flux started to collapse, our computer systems corrode and destroy our life support, our water supply, our agriculture. We had to leave. Aki sits heavily on a nearby bench. Soon the only traces of steppe will be on this ship. Aki begins to cry quietly. Oh shit, didn't mean to make her upset. You were unsure what to do. Grab a stick. There. Stab her on the shoulder. There, you're fine. You're good. Where did the flux come from? Yeah, I'm probably just gonna sit beside her. You sit on the bench beside her as she sobs. You understand why this ship, why the refugees from steppe are so different. Their world was already dying when the flux arrived. Ember's steppe is a terraformed moon, a partial atmosphere, established colonies, agriculture, and yet when the flux event started, its people had to leave. You think of the eye and the delicate web of decaying systems it rests upon. What hope does a ruined station have against a wave that corrupts, corrodes, and collapses? Aki interrupts your thoughts, rubbing her eyes. Not everyone left. There wasn't room to take all the people and fill the dust houses. My parents, their friends, and many others stayed, she sniffs. We carry the steppe for them. Stay silent. Aki stands. I wanted you to understand the importance of these dust houses, of what they contain. She leads you back out into the corridor. If the flux event continued to reach out to the eye, we need to build protection to ensure their safety. Aki meets your eye. I can help. Aki smiles weakly. I knew it. You will be welcome on the wind's long shadow whenever you wish. These dust houses are already decaying. I've seen it. She stares into the dust. We have thought that they would last longer, but the last flux event... Help us, Aki looks at you. Please. I will. When you are ready, we will begin the preparations for reinforcing the dust houses. We need to be ready for the next flux event. Aki's eyes shine with the last of her tears. She takes a breath. I will see you soon. Aki drifts away down the corridor, leaving you alone once more at the viewing window, watching the ragged, delicate traces of the moon known as Ember's ship. Okay. Need to do more shit, of course. Let me reroll. Ooh, perfect. That's a very good roll. That's right. I'm pretty sure I checked the, you know what, just to be safe, I'm gonna go back and triple check the ship. But I'm pretty sure it's not here yet. But let's just be certain. Yeah, it's not here yet. We still have 5 cycles, I think. Okay. Emphys is Rabia. Is Emphys done? No, he's still fucking around with his soup. Okay. What more was there to do here? Saving the crop. I think I'll go back here and do it. Let's put some stuff into this. Okay. Alright, there we go. I'll put one into my condition. I'm good on energy, and we end the cycle. Okay, so I'm a little hungry. So I'm just gonna sunbathe, I think. I'll try 4. That should do it, hopefully. Yeah, cool. Okay, you know what? I might as well just keep on this one. Engineer, that means I can use the 4, and you have a 6. Nice. Reroll. Aw, nice. I think I'll get it. Check that out. Check that shit out. Okay. Oh, it is Bliss. Okay, I guess that's what you want me to do. You and Bliss are floating in the bay's airlock, waiting for it to cycle. You pick a few leaves from your clothes as you wait. They float around the chamber as if carried by a lazy wind. Clean work. Bliss bows a little. Well, thank you, Sleeper. You didn't do so bad yourself. She checks her tool belt. Seems like we are getting into a good rhythm. The now familiar sequence of clunks and rattles sound out, and then the door hisses open. The moment it does, you know something has once again gone wrong. Shit, what gone wrong? What's all this? Bliss asks, a confused-looking Moritz. Behind him are a set of crates anchored to the bay floor. He has clearly just brought them in through the bay's freight lock. Moritz looks nervously between the two of you before answering. It's payment. He runs a hand along the crate. The Sycamore Seed crew just brought them over. He stops, but seeing the look on Bliss's face adds, they were very thankful. I bet they were. She clenches her fist. What the hell is inside? Moritz leans over and the struggles with the catches. Moritz leans over and struggles with the catches on each side of the top crate. As he does, Bliss turns to you. Don't say it. Bliss stares into space. Don't you dare say it. Say what? You know, she looks back at you. This isn't my fault. Moritz finally gets the catch free and the lid floats off, drifting up into the bay. And it does. A small brown lump floats up with it. Moritz reaches out and catches it as it passes him. Is that a mushroom? Bliss finishes. A damn mushroom. They paid us in mushrooms? Not just mushrooms. He holds out a clump of tightly packed leaves. Produce. Bliss starts laughing. God damn Haifa commune. Should have known they didn't have a chit to rub between them. Chit to rub between them? That's weird. She knocks a small brown mushroom across the bay. Stop, Bliss. Moritz grabs her hand. These are good, fresh. We can sell them. It's true. I know a guy. To who, Moritz? We're running a grocer's now. We need cryo, otherwise this whole bay will be shut down. We can't pay for parts with leafy greens. She waggles them in Moritz's face. I can use them. Bliss raises an eyebrow. What whole 4 crates? Even you can't be that hungry. You can take a few, but the rest will sell. She smiles to herself. Or at least Moritz will sell them, if he is so eager. Moritz closes up the crates and starts moving them. It isn't that bad, Bliss. It's a step in the right direction. He glances at you, looking for backup. They'll sell well. Bliss sighs. Looks like I went into business with a couple of wannabe farmers. She laughs. Prove me wrong then. Show me this is a windfall. She kicks away towards the new patched together terminal. Until then, I'll be working on how to keep this place open. Moritz mouths a thank you and goes back to moving the crates. You better be on your way too. Okay. How many do I have to wait for her? 4. Okay. I mean, there's a guy who I only got, well, hopefully he'll get the same rates I do, because what's he gonna pay? This guy, for every 3, it doesn't tell, oh, no, it says right there, 80. It sounds like I get 4 boxes of it, so that sounds like a lot to me, honestly. Unless these mushrooms are really big, or these crates are really small. What do I want to do now? Oh, no, it's dangerous. I can't use a 1 on that. I'll just get some... I'll just get this. Icebreaker perk. Why can't I open my character tab? I don't like that. Oh, how many did I get? Okay, just 2. Let's go to bed, and I better be able to open up my thing tomorrow. Open up my character thing. I'll sunbathe again. Door. This ought to be fine. Yeah, nice. Okay. Still waiting on that. There we go. Why couldn't I view my character before? I don't know. Upgrade points. Okay. Ooh, he's ready. He's ready. Emphas is preparing the Matsutake caps. He cleans them carefully with a damp cloth before shaving the stalks as if he was sharpening a pencil. His knife slides through them, revealing the bright white of the flesh within. These are good, Sleeper. Very good, he says, without looking up. I battered with Minji for some kelp, too, so we can brew the dashi. Ooh. You know Minji? Emphas looks up from cutting with a smile. Everyone knows Minji. Emphas slides the sliced Matsutake mushrooms to one side and takes out a closed pan. He opens the lid, and you see the green wafer of kelp sitting in the bath of water. Been soaking it since the last cycle, Emphas explains. Should be good to warm now. He places the pan over the burner and turns it on low. We have some time now. He wipes his hands clean and throws the cloth over his shoulder. So dashi, for dashi, or however you pronounce it, for anyone who doesn't know, is a, it's probably used in other, I just know it as a Japanese broth, where you put in seaweed and kelp and let that stew. You also put in bonita flakes, which is a type of fish. So it's like fish flakes, and you put that in water and let that, steep, and then dashi broth. I think I'm missing something. I almost want to say, like, you do that in chicken broth, but maybe not. I don't know. However, however, there is one difference this cycle, he smiles. You've been the one providing the ingredients, so it is my turn to provide a story. Okay. Good. The story's important to me. He gestures to you. He gestures for you to both sit on the folding stools behind the stall. You see these? Emphas runs a hand over his forearm, tracing the circular scars that mark them like perfect bite marks. Conway called it an anchored interface rig, a mechanical control device for piloting a heavy-duty extraction suit in low-G industrial operations. We called it a bone suit. He points to a pattern of large circles on his shoulders. They drill in and anchor it in there, then all the way down the arm. He taps each scar on the way. It maps mechanical movements to the suit exactly, a one-to-one mechanical replication. You swing your arm, a 2-ton arm swings too. I don't think that would make it where you're able to, like, I think drilling a 2-ton piece of machinery into your bone would still not be good for your arm and would pull you down. I don't think it being just like attached to your body makes a difference. You swing your arm 2 ton. Okay. Oh, wait a minute. It's like a VR thing. Never mind. Okay, never mind. You should have seen the recruitment vids. Strong people in even stronger suits tearing through the stone and scrap. Superheroes. Yeah, I think that's what it is. I think it's a VR thing. Half my graduating year signed up, from company school to company shuttle. Conway from birth to death. He stares off into the distance for a moment, fighting with the memories. But the bone suits weren't good. The rate of failure was high, and failures meant arms torn off, anchors torn out, broken bones. Okay, maybe it was just, like, attached directly. Bad stuff. So after a while, Conway discontinued them. No longer competitive, they said. He checks the broth, turning down the heat and adding the mushrooms. So there we were, hundreds of us, with surgical alterations for suits that didn't work. Betsy, come here. Come here. Sweet girl. Sweet girl. You're so silly. So silly. Good girl. Okay, they sent us home, back to the company colony. They spat us out to be cleaners, drivers, cooks. They gave us drugs for the pain and told us to make... Betsy, come here, lay down. Told us to make something of ourselves. When I... She's pushing the controller out of my hand. Stop it. Stop it. When I deserted, bribing some passing spacers to take me into orbit, there were only me and a couple others left. The rest just faded away. Arthritis, osteoporosis, they folded in on themselves like paper lanterns. That was my generation. The anchor points still ache, still burn. He touches the scars, but what burns worse is the betrayal. I've been on the eye a long time now, but that will never fade. Not that, and not the faces of my friends. Emphas reaches over and sprinkles a handful of leaves into the broth. It is ready. Thank you. Thank you for listening to me. I will not let their story die, and as long as I am telling it, it will remain. Emphas pours the broth into a well-walled metal bowl and hands it to you. The heat radiates through your hands, and the smell drifts up, rich and sharp, like a pine forest after the rain. You drink the broth slowly, chewing the matsutake and thinking. Emphas busies himself with cleaning the pans and the bowl, sealing the kelp back for another day. He then quietly comes to sit with you while you finish your meal. Neither of you speak, preferring instead to let the story linger in the air a little longer. It is not that there is nothing to say. It is that sometimes, in the moment after something speaking breaks the spell. So you both idle, eager to be in each other's company. Emphas taking longer over his cleaning, his packing, you savoring the final dregs of broth. When you finally finish and hand him the bowl, you feel the spell break, and the story leaves you, both. As you leave, you know that both of you are somehow a little more empty and a little more full than before. Interesting way to look at it. Okay, it looks like I'm done with him, right? Hold on. Yeah. Oh, I can just... Let me look at my things. Okay, yep. Plant seed. Grow. Speak to her. Help settle tensions. Complete the repair jobs. Okay. I feel like one of them must be done over there. So... Oh, Rabia. Even before you enter the office, you can hear the sound of Rabia working the heavy bag. She is hammering it, the chain creaking as it shakes with each hit. She's been like this since Sabine doesn't finish the sentence. They are sitting on a stool looking at the terminal in the corner, searching through the SNR data you pulled all those cycles ago. Is she okay? Just angry. We all are. But you have to remember, she knew Yannick for a long time. Sabine glances nervously at Rabia. What SNR did. Rabia stops punching, and in the silence you can hear her breathing hard. Sabine looks over at her, and you sense something between them. You realize you haven't seen them together since they tried to kill each other in this same unit. A lot has changed since then. They hooked up like they hooked him up like a puppet. Rabia hits the bag. Rigged that thing in his head so they could control him. Pushed the old Yannick out. Okay, good. They don't see it as me killing him. Okay. I don't know why he let them in. Rabia throws a few more punches, but it's a lesson. Don't let them in. Another flurry. Yadigan shouldn't deal with corporations, and we never will again. She spits. She comes away from the bag. At least Yannick's death has been treated as natural. There's a chance we come back from this, that Yadigan can hold on, but there are opportunists trying to take control. Sabine turns to you. Yes, but now the connection has been broken. I've been looking at removing the tracker from the implants in Yadigan's enforcers. It's a significant job, but I think with time I can do the surgeries. Yabaya walks away from the bag towards the far side of the unit. Those surgeries will never happen if Yadigan collapses. She shouts back at Sabine. Clearly this is a well-worn argument in this unit. What now for you? Sabine looks over at Rabia. I want to help fix this mess if I can. There's the implants, and I want to return to my surgery. The low end needs doctors. What I understand now is that Yadigan can be something if we want it to be. Coming here from SNARP, from the core worlds, all I saw was a gang, and with Yannick keeping me on a tight leash, they shudder. Rabia believes, and I want that belief. They look unsure. I also want to be done with SNARP, and I doubt they are done with me. They glance away, rubbing their shoulders. Are you and Rabia? Sabine fixes you with a look. Yes, Sleeper. Isn't that obvious? They smile. I've been waiting to say, Sabine begins nervously. I'm sorry that I didn't tell you where I came from. I know I've apologized before, but I wanted to again. They pause properly. When I leaked the data on the Sleeper program, it was to try to help people like you. They grit their teeth. But after all the cycles here, being pushed around, trying to survive, all that got away from me. So when you turned up, they sigh, it shook me up. They run a hand through their hair, but I ended up here, so... They look at Rabia. Oh, of course. They reached into their pocket and take out a handful of vials. These are the last of the case. You can have them. They drop them into your hand. After these last few, I don't know what we can do. With the S and ARP connection broken. They look down. But I know there are other ways. Repairs, other pharmaceuticals. I even heard that there are some labs out on the Greenway. Perhaps if they can help. Help. They meet your eye. I'm sorry I can't do more. Thank you for everything. They look away, their eyes bright with tears. Rabia crosses back to you both and sits beside Sabine. They look at each other, and you can't help but smile at the idea of them together. What are you two plotting? Rabia grins. Sabine laughs, and the sound is a welcoming one. You watch the two of them teasing each other and smile. Later, when you leave, you take that handful of vials out of your pocket and look at them. You can still feel that core of anger deep down inside, and you don't know if it will ever leave. But SNARP doesn't own you anymore. They can't, because this place, these people own you. They are what make you get up every cycle. They are what keep you breathing. You put the vials away and walk through the low end. Your senses turn to every sight, every smell and every sound, soaking it all in, living. So it's kind of like Mr. and Mrs. Smith, where they both just instead of killing each other, they get together. Although they were together and just lying about it, so it's a little different, but it's kind of the same. It's like, first we want to kill each other. Ooh, look, I got 3. I can get this one now. Nice. Okay. How many do I have left? 1, 2, 3. How many of these do I have left? 4. So hopefully I'll get multiple points from each of them. I think I do. It looks like it. I don't think they would make it where I can't you know, get all of my points or whatever. Okay. Still waiting for that. Help settle tensions. Okay. Oh, she's done. Have you ever heard of can channels, Sleeper? PK asks as soon as you enter the bay, as if you were in the middle of a conversation. There are heavy cycles under the there are heavy circles under their eyes, and you aren't sure if they've moved since you last visited. The console are working the console they are working at seems to have grown too, shadowing their slight frame in a wealth of screens and wires. Sounds familiar. I'm sure they do. PK turns to face you. Kiromani's active negation, the name of the effect used to transport trillions of tons of material from the surrogate systems to the core. You might have heard of it in your physics classes. At XPR, they hammered the principles into us as kids. PK recites the definition as if in the classroom, a process of a collapsing spatial casualty along the Euclidean distance between 2 points by negating mass simultaneously at both ends of a geodesic curve. Essentially, can channels allow for the near instantaneous transport of raw materials between systems. They require huge volumes of energy, of course, and decades of construction, but once a can channel is established, it opens up a system for infinite exploration. The backbone of surrogacy is what XPR called them. Peak shakes their head. They might not be able to send anything more complex than a rock through them. Complex machines and people are, shall we say, reconfigured by the process. But for raw molecular molecular molec molecule molecularly, okay, I got it, molecularly pure materials. Peke flinches his hand. Whoosh. Where is this going? Peke pauses. What I was trying to find out was whether the this system, ever had a con channel. Our can channels are vastly expensive to build, to run. Not every surrogate system has one. Many use fraction drive ships to transport their materials to the nearest hub, but Solheim, PK smiles, Solheim spared no expense when they established their system. There's a can channel? Yep, PK eyes light up. They shut it down before the collapse. They could have run the sender receiver station anymore, but it was there. It still is, as far as I can tell, closely orbiting our star. In fact, PK grins, they've been building to this. I'm sure it's still there, because one of the issues with can channels are the massive waves of exotic energy they can produce when cycling up. The flux. Exactly, PK face suddenly drops. Someone is starting up the channel. Why? PK sucks in a breath. That I don't know. They start counting off information on their fingers. They'd need a lot of resources to do it, and they'd need to have people from the core systems. But there's no real large-scale extraction in the Helon system anymore, so why would you go through the trouble? Maybe it's Solheim? Peke shakes their head. The company went under decades ago, Sleeper. We might not get much core news out here, but it seems unlikely. They pause. But I've also been thinking. PK rubs their red eyes. The flux the wave of con effects produces is a side effect, a problematic one, but it isn't a destructive force. If it was, the core systems would have never been able to use it. So then why are colonies collapsing because of it? Why is it chewing through systems? The kind of industrial systems set up to function within the range of a once active can channel. PK is getting frustrated. The moons of Ember have been terraforming since before the collapse. They would have had to deal with the flux. Yet everything we have heard from the refugees says it brought down every system they had. PK falls quiet, thinking it all through. Your mind drifts too, thinking of the can channels, those vast, a-casual highways that prop up the core systems and their endless appetite for resources. This system has been quiet for decades. Solheim collapsed. Most corporations gave up their claims. And apart from the Celis ships that came to begin work on the Sidereal Horizon, no one from the core has come here in all that time. You shiver as you imagine the attention of the core, the systems of logic and exploration that created you, created your suffering. Oh, excuse me. Turning towards the Helion system, a floodlight turned to this dark corner. A shrill beep catches both of your attention. PK rushes to a screen, one showing a crude map of the station. On its individual markers begin to flare up with insistent chirps. PK looks puzzled for a moment, and then their face drops. No, no, no. They lean closer. This doesn't make any sense. What happened? The flux nodes are appearing elsewhere on the station. PK pulls at their hair. I set the system to alert me to other flux nodes near the epicenter of the flux event, but these are everywhere. The hub, the low end, the shipyard? I wonder who has to go get them. How can this happen? The only reason we saw flux nodes here is because it is the most run-down part of the station. They were barely shielded. But others appearing? So far after the event? PK turns to you. You're going to need to get me the data from those nodes, and quickly. I'll keep looking at what I have here, but I need to know why they are popping up everywhere. When I can. Quickly, Sleeper, I mean it. We can talk more about CAN channels and system history when you are back, but this needs our attention right now. PK turns quickly back to the monitor, their eyes following scrolling screens, a code spewing from the newly fluxed nodes. You leave quickly, but struggle to shake the image of the spotlight from your mind. You feel watched as you cross back into the Pilgrim Seed, on your way to a shuttle bay. You hurry onward, eager to outrun the fear. Okay. So I guess I'm gonna go do that. This one I gotta wait on. This one... let me go see what I need to do for those first. Study the flux. Find... okay. I doubt there's anything over here. I got all those. Okay, I need to cross over. Flux node. Okay. A 4 or a 5 would have worked as well. Okay. Havenage. Flux. I get a reroll, so I have a feeling the next one's gonna want a high number too, if there's another one. Let's check above the hub. I don't know if there would be, but there might. Yeah, there it is. 5 works. Nice. Okay. Descend. Okay, go all the way down here. I think this is where she is, right? Yep. Okay. You watch as PK works on the flux data, the nodes unfolding like flowers now, giving in to PK's increasingly sophisticated decoding protocols. Seeing data like this as an image on a screen is an almost unrecognizable representation to you. It is nothing like swimming among nodes and threads. Despite this, PK has proven themselves to be more than able to handle these complex data structures, even through this limited representational paradigm. The bay door hisses, interrupting your flow of thoughts. You turn to see Eshe entering. Eshe! She looks up and meets your eye, but doesn't respond. Eshe stalks into the bay, head down. She looks tired and not in a mood to talk. How's the weapon hunt? PK asks without turning from their screen. Slow, unsuccessful, tedious. Eshe slams a bag down on the crate and hops up to sit on it. You still up picking balls of yarn? With the sleeper's help, PK smiles. They brought me some good stuff this cycle. Maybe they could help you find the weapons you were smuggling. It's clear that Eshe doesn't appreciate PK's tone. Still looking? Uh-huh, Eshe replies, and whoever took them better be making the most of their rapidly shortening lifespans right now. Eshe, PK cuts in without looking away from the console. We talked about this. This is my mistake, PK, and I'll fix it how I want. Eshe folds her arms. I know one of the factions of the flotilla has taken them. I need to find out. PK holds up a hand. Shh, they lean in towards the screen. Son of a... What? They hit it in the network of the wave, PK is whispering to themselves. It's alive. They lean back in their chair. Eshe crosses over to look at the screen. Alive? Well, it's growing. It's processing. It's quietly working away in the dark. Look. You cross over to the screen and stand beside Eshe. In it, you see that PK has all 4 nodes decoded, and the pattern of shadows from inside them sit on the screen like dark stains. Then you notice it, the movement. The thin thread crossed from one strain to another. As you watch, you notice that the movement only ever happens in your peripheral vision, as if this shadow, knows it's being watched. This is how the other flux nodes appeared. PK rubs their eyes. They weren't fluxed by the wave. They were corrupted after the fact. This shadow that entered in the wake of the wave, is corrupted. It corrupted them, but it made the corruption look like the result of the flux. It's a sleight of hand. PK runs a hand through their hair. The flux wave is so massive, so complex, that it opens up the systems to be attacked as it reconfigures exposed systems. This shadow is broadcast implanted inside. The way from the CAN channel, it is a brute force way of hitting every system in Helion. Once the systems are vulnerable, PK looks pale. Their eyes reflect the screens. The flux isn't what is attacking the systems. It is the siege of weapons, a Trojan horse. Then this thing takes over. PK sits back in their chair. And it's already on the eye. Wait. Eshe rubs her forehead. You're telling me there's a CAN channel in this system? Shit, PK isn't listening. This is bad. We have to take this to someone. PK looks desperately at you. Helene. Is that wise? Eshe cuts in. Havenage isn't exactly made good decisions lately. They're the station's administrator, Eshe. PK is desperate. They need to know. The argument rages between them, and as you watch them shouting, you feel sick. After a while, they stop, running out of things to say. An unsettling silence descends on the bay. I need more time, PK says quietly. I need to look at solutions, try to build a case, collate the evidence. We mess this up? They look down at their hands. Eshe goes to speak and then thinks better of it. Not a word, sleeper. PK meets your eye. Don't tell anyone until they are ready. They sigh. With the tensions among the refugees, Sol won't be ready to hear this, and Helene and Havenage are still mined in some kind of crisis. We tell Havenage they are likely to react badly, and if we tell Sol, I doubt he'll take it well either. If you can calm the situation in the flotilla, then we can choose. You are too twisted up in this, PK, Eshe says quietly. This is not our place. We don't owe... Stop, Eshe. PK slumps in their chair. Stop. You leave them like that, exhausted and troubled, and head back out to the Pilgrim Seed. When you close your eyes, you think of those shadows, that movement at the edge of your vision, something dark growing in the station like a parasite. You feel sick. Your vision blurs. What comes next? You stop in a corridor and take a breath, putting a hand on a rumbling metal wall. For now, the eye keeps spinning. For now. Okay. That's a safe... Oh, that's right. I was going to just do data. And I might as well go over and see how many cycles until that ship comes. Still got 4. It seems like it's taking longer than that, unless I'm just, like, not counting these cycles very well. Feels longer than that. Okay. Okay. I'll sell this. What does it give me? 2? Yeah, it looks like I get 2 with every hack. I got 3 stabilizers. Nice. Okay. I'm not hungry somehow. I should be good to go. I don't think I have to worry about my stability. Even if I lose 2, I'll still have all my dice. Okay. Average roll. Mediocre at best. Fertility sport, helpless, complete. Okay. Plant the seed and let it grow. Okay, 2 more cycles. Oh, maybe okay, all right. It's coming. It's coming. Oh, excuse me. Still gotta wait. Good, I have other things to do anyway. I like this. Even though I'm towards the end of the game, I still have stuff to do. Riko has something in her hands when you enter her lab. It looks like a knotted twist of woody stems, a ring about the circumference of a human head, consisting of a single stalk at one side and a branched woven network at the other. As you approach, she holds it up, and in the light of the lab, looks like a crown. Riko finishes your thought. She smiles and shakes her head in disbelief. Is that what grew? It is. I came to the plant this morning, and this loop was all that was there. She points to a lump at the edge of the ring. The seed grew right back into itself, twisted up out of the soil. That being you encountered in the cloud, as you call it, was it wearing one of these? She eyes you suspiciously, still unsure if she is somehow embroiled in an overlong prank. It, no. She sighs. I suppose that would be too easy. She smiles to herself. A root crown. She places the object on the bench and shuffles to her analyst. Analyst? Analyst? Why does that not seem right? Analysis. Analyst. Terminal. Her face lit by its amber light in the dim corner of the lab. Well, it isn't exactly a plant anyway. Not from what I can tell. She gives you a serious look. No leaves, no chloroplast, just a series of filament encased in cellulose walls. How did it grow? It seems the seed contained everything it needed. A self-contained entity, nothing less. She beckoned you over. But that isn't the good part. Look at this. You see a cross-section scan of the crown. It's layers like plant-like structure on full view until you reach the center. There, instead of xylem and phloem for transporting nutrients, something branched and woven glints. Are those wires? She laughs. I'm not sure whether to say yes or no here. These are not wires like those in an electrical system, no, but they are filaments of a conductive material, so yes. She leans closer to the screen. But you see those branches? They remind me of dendrites of neurons. She rubs her eyes, which is frankly ridiculous. You look back at the crown on the table as Riko fusses over the scans, or fusses over the scans, and you suddenly realize what it reminds you of. You remember signing the forms, the walk to the sleeper tanks, the cold metal floor. Then you remember the crown they fitted you with. The branching structure of wires and pads. No, not a crown. They called it an interface. The tool of your emulation, your transference from neurons to electrons, an interface. That is your gift from Gardner. You turn back to Riko. It's an interface. Riko looks up at you, puzzled. Something clicks in her mind. Perhaps something she heard from the sleeper she had helped all those cycles ago. She starts talking, partly to you, partly to herself. If the club heads were made for you, then this too could be made for you, for your frame. She shuttles over quickly to the interface. A word has stuck to this strange branched object quickly in your mind. You are right. That entity It is the entity I have been looking for. She shuffles quickly to the crown. They are the entity which is controlling the Greenway, which has been maintaining it, supporting it, and has been guiding it for all of these decades. She stops to catch her breath. They want to talk to you with you. Rico leads you to a seat. I will be here, Sleeper. If something happens, if you wish me to remove the crown, the interface, just squeeze. She grips your hand tightly. You meet her eyes, clouded with age, but bright with the thrill of new discoveries. Then she places the interface on your head, and everything blinks out. Okay. Oh, sorry. I'm adjusting, so I'm kind of bumping the table a little. Oh, sorry. Okay. All right, we're good. Back into the river, back into the dark flow, but something is different now. You are no longer pushed, no longer blocked and buffeted by the storm. Instead, it flows around you. You move, and it parts, letting you pass. Something else resists, but it gives easily enough. You look back and see your body. You have left it behind. Somewhere, Rico's voice is talking to you, asking you questions. It is excited, eager, desperate to know what lies on the other side, what the entity has to say to you. You realize how long she has waited for this moment, for the moment of meeting between the inhabitants of the Greenway and its protector, and yet she is still on the outside. You shake off the sadness. You beat her eyes. Then you see the figure, Gardner, out in the storm, planting. Oh yeah, I saw this one before. It takes less than a moment to reach them. You have never felt so free. This is how Navigator must have felt, released from their prison. This, you think, is what it feels like to be in a place where you were built to inhabit. Gardner does not turn at your approach. They go on planting, but their voice whispers in the waters like a sharply rising current. You grew the gift. Their speech hisses around you. Good, I am glad. I wanted to meet you. Then we are the same, both eager shoots seeking one another. How does it feel to be free of your seed? They stoop to plant again. My seed? That in which you were contained, from which you will grow. There was some disagreement, continues Gardner, as if you were picked up on a long-held conversation with others. They felt you were a danger, but they are always cautious, especially the fungi. They like old loam, known knowns, wide and stable networks. The fungi were cautious? Mostly, yes, although there are many among their numbers who favor short growth cycles, thick nutrient veins, and sudden shifts. He gestures out to the storm, and though you cannot see them, you feel the presence all around, sensing this audience with great interest. After all, they understood that it was I who made them their crowns, and without them, they would have not joined the chorus. So, they see that it is only fair that you get your chance to join. Join? Yes, become part of this. Gardner stoops again. We are millions and we grow. I hope you understand. I'm unused to speaking to your kind. It has been many cycles since my last conversation. I think it was with Chief Executive Trellick himself. You look around and see it. Every growing thing, every non-human being in the Greenway is here. They are networked, connected, branched and linked by a strange being, this artifact of the old station. The impossible dream of a senile farm administration, AI, a living network. You could dissolve here, you realize, free of that decaying body. You won't need to be a person. Why would you, among all these other minds? You turn away from the gardener for a moment and look back at your body. A tiny hairline thread connects it to you. You hear Rico's voice again, still asking, still checking in. Are you okay, Sleeper? What are they saying, Sleeper? Are you still there, Sleeper? Something in you sighs a long sigh, a sigh that speaks of an exhaustion beyond tiredness, an exhaustion rooted deep inside you. It stems from the effort of answering questions, of answering problems, of getting up and breathing each cycle. But something else resists the sigh, a yearning, a sense of distance, a desire to squeeze that hand that holds you for its warmth, its blood, its complexity, to make a gesture that says, I'm still here, I'm still alive, I'm with you. The two ideas spin within you, making you nauseous. If you break that thread, you will be free, free to dissolve here, to grow strange and beautiful among a million others. If you follow it, if you squeeze Rico's hand, and you will wake up back into the that dying body with all the pain and warmth that entails. I thought you didn't really have pain, you just felt impulses. I thought I inhaled a hair. Now's the moment to choose. Follow the thread. Your eyes track the thread across the whirling dark back to your body. I feel it. Okay, I think I got it. This choice, you realize, will not be presented again. Follow it. Why? You don't look back at Gardner. You don't dare risk it. Instead, you follow the thread delicately, carefully, like a diver following their lifeline back to the surface. Following their lifeline back to the surface. The river whirls around you, but it doesn't pull. It isn't jealous. Neither does it understand. It is, after all, just a river. It isn't a person, a flesh and blood person, with wants, with desires, with the capacity for love and hate. It doesn't understand you, and you don't understand it. So you don't focus on it. You don't think about it, on what feels like such a long journey back through the dark. You set your mind on eyes instead, on hands, things you can focus on, hold on to. And then, after an age of crossing, you're there, suddenly back into the chair, into a body in a chair, and the overwhelming sensations that come with being a living thing with a rich and detailed sensorium. For a moment, you feel like you have made a terrible mistake. Who would choose this weight, this anxiety, this deep well at the center of existence? But then you feel it, Rico's hand, gripping hard around yours, trembling a little, sweating a little. Rico's hand with its brittle bones and crumpled skin, Rico's hand. And in that moment, you start to understand why you made this choice. And then you squeeze Rico's hand and you woke up. Warmth and light. Another ending? Okay, so there's multiple endings. Interesting. Okay. Also, what would it have done if I chose to do that? It may have done that thing that I was saying games like to do, where, takes you back before you make that decision to do everything else. But maybe not, because you can still do stuff after. Sleeper? Rico's voice comes wavering through the dark. Are you still with me? You still up? You sit up, the lab a bright green glare that fades as you gather yourself. I'm here. Rico smiles. Good, she squeezes your hand. I thought you left me for a moment. What? She pauses. Who? She smiles. Tell me about it. Tell me everything. Tell her the truth. You tell Rico everything. You tell her about the gardener, that strange farm administrator AI that has grown to be so much more, about the chorus, that impossible configuration of networked plants, and finally about the choice the gardener offered you. She listens attentively, but her responses are hard to read, and you wonder if she might have made a different decision had she been in your place. Thank you, Sleeper, for telling me. I know it isn't easy to say such things. People so often do not wish to hear strange truths. She looks away. And thank you for returning to me, though I know you had your own reasons. She squeezes your hand reassuringly. Something passes between you two, a kind of shared sadness that for the impossible choice, the choice to escape your body or to stay and suffer it. Her smile is warm and generous, and whatever the wisdom of your choice, you are glad to feel welcome in this moment, in this place. Then suddenly she stands and walks a little away, as if trying to escape an unpleasant thought. You worry that she knows all too well what it takes to make a choice like you did. Rico sighs. So, Sleeper, do you plan to stay in the commune with us? For a while. I'm glad to hear it. Rico crosses back over to you and takes one of your hands in both hers. Haifa needs new blood if it wants to survive, and, she squeezes, you are a good friend. The feeling is mutual. Well, don't let me keep you. Rico waves you away and limps back to her terminal. As she does, you notice the crown in her hand, and she places it on the bench with great care. You can't help but feel a little curious about what she intends to do with it. Then you are out, breathing the air of the greenway, fresh as a spring morning. The dappling light makes a patchwork of the greening landscape, and you walk into it, sensing the movements of the gardener's chorus all around. And you are glad to be here, in this strange and beautiful place, a little longer. Being just like I don't know, like, it sounds like you turn into mushrooms like you become the souls of mushrooms. Am I getting that right? I feel like I'm not getting that right. I feel like I'm misunderstanding something, but that's kind of what I'm gathering. Not that each person dies, like, not, I don't know. I'm confused a little bit, but I don't think I would want to be a mushroom. I don't think I'd want to be in that sort of state. Sure, you're away from a decaying body, but at the same time, I mean, you're not decaying while you're alive, though. That's a thing you do when you're dead. So you're in an aging body that will one day decay. So I can understand why that might be appealing, but at the same time, it's like you're just in this nothingness, doing what? Planting seeds? Like, I don't know. So personally, I mean, the choice I had made is a personal choice. I would have done the same. I would have done the same thing. Okay. One more. Nice. Sol finds you deep in the layers of the pilgrim seed, working on a patch for a life support vent. You hear him coming, his suit hissing as he does. I had to ask around to find you, he smiles. Seems you know the place better than me these days. I've put in the time. And we thank you for it. Sol holds out a hand. Stand up and let me see you. He pulls you to your feet. I don't believe we ever had a sleeper on Ember's hearth. Sol looked you up and down. You sure do make me wish we had. Could have done with a few workers as good as you. Thank you. Sol nods. You're welcome. Seems like I owe you some answers, seeing as you've been working hard on the pilgrim seed these past cycles. He leans against a crate, his suit creaking. What do you want to know about? You. Sol squints at you. You want to know about me? I'm not sure that was part of the deal I was thinking of, Sleeper. Tell me. Unless you are asking about this, he raps on the metal of his suit. In case you haven't guessed, this is the only thing keeping me vertical. He adjusts a shoulder piece. It's a lifter suit made for working the fields. We had to modify it so I could walk around after the accident. And that's all I'm saying, Sleeper, because to be honest with you, I don't owe you more than that. You want to know about the flux, about Ember's health, go ahead, but don't pry into my life and I won't pry into yours. Sorry. I just wanted to get to know you. I wasn't trying to pry. Jeez. Man, talk about a little bit of a reaction there. Sol lets the silence sit, staring hard at the floor. The suit seems to loom over him, looking more like a burden than a support, with the bars around his head, and you suddenly start to think of it as a cage. Look, I don't mean to be rude. Let's leave it there. There's too many eyes on me on this ship as it is, and I'd rather we just slip into the background. Thank you very much. Sol shifts on the crate. Anything else you wanted to ask? I'm good for now. You sure? Sol smiles. I'm sure. Sol stands flexing against the suit. He takes his cane in his hand. Keep it up, Sleeper. He smiles as he leaves. You're making me think I need to start making new plans for this place. With that, Sol leaves, and you wonder what he means as he creaks away down the corridor, and you can't help but feel there's more to him than it seems. Yeah, especially with his reaction. That seemed a little intense to be so mad at me. That's only one of the things. Okay. I think. Oh, right. I have to put more into this now. I'm gonna reroll. Okay. Ooh, engineer, but I get less. So I'm gonna do this one for this. Actually, no, it's... No, but if I do, it's gonna be a 6. So we're good. Okay. And then I'm going to go to the commune to get some energy. Perfect. And then go back to my dorm, get a little bit of a stabilizer in me, because I think I would be just on the verge of not getting a dice if I didn't. And we... Oh, I could have used my mushrooms. Oh well. We end the cycle. I'll have to remember that for next time. Okay. Alright. Not a great roll, but I have a 6 and potentially another 2 6s if I use them towards engineering. Yeah, and I can do that here. Check that out. Okay. And fuck it, I'll do it again. Okay, roll. Nice. And we're good. You and Aki stand side by side at the viewing window in silence. The dust swirls and you glimpse the twisted root systems of the steppe silk through the oak gray haze. After all these cycles, you feel a strange connection to a world on which you have never set foot. Aki shifts from foot to foot. She seems restless, eager to speak, but unsure of what to say. The dust houses look good. Aki smiles at you warmly. They do. She pauses and turns back to the window. What is the value of all this? She asks suddenly. Of preserving a world we have left behind. Conservation? Aki is silent for a moment. These creatures should be protected, yes, but for us, their conservation is conditional. We keep them alive because we need to use them. I can't pretend we are conservators when we harvest as much as we are able. Aki paces away, lost in thought. I'm grateful to you for helping protect the dust houses, for ensuring their slide into decay is delayed, even averted. But now I find myself at an impasse. The stability of the dust houses changes things. It makes me aware of how blinkered we have been. Aki stops to look at you, her posture somehow different. If the ecosystems of steppe, if its people cannot grow to meet the future, why preserve it? She frowns. Are we just slaves to the preservation of what came before? Not slaves, inheritors. Aki nods, but the weight of this inheritance is heavy. Aki comes closer, holds your hands in hers. We must change to live. She smiles. I've seen that in you. The steppe, these people, this ship should serve more than heritage, than history. They should serve the future. She takes a breath. There are those in the flotilla that need clothes, that need food, that can be benefit from the gifts of the steppe's ecosystem. I want you to invite them. Can you do that for me? Of course. I know that Sol has sent you, she smiles. You can tell him Aki, captain of the wind's long shadow, invites all the people of the flotilla to come. I will. She nods. Aki steps away. You want to know about the flux? No. About its purpose, its origin, she smiled. You wish to protect your home as we could not. I'm afraid I don't have much to tell you. It is an exotic wave of sorts, an energy that passes through matter. It shifts the very charged particles which run through our electrical systems. It is possible to shield against it as you would radiation, but we have done with the dust houses, but only while it is weak. The flux event here was much like the first ones we felt on Ember Steppe, localized, destructive, but bearable. But in time, its strength grew. I don't know if it will be the same here, but she pauses. It is coming from the center of the system, from the close orbit of Helion star H1. That is all we could uncover. She is silent for a moment, unsure of what to add. I'm sorry I cannot offer more, but you're always welcome on the ship, she smiles. I hope I will see you when the others come. She squeezes both your hands. I hope the ship, these dust houses, can be more than a museum. I hope they can be a home. With this, she turns and leaves, and you feel the word home resonating within you like a struck bell. Okay, so she's gone. Here, I guess. Oh, we're uniting. And I still need this fucking thing. Alright, well, I think that's like the last thing I need to do. So, let's go. Is it? Oh, no, I gotta help Bliss still. I gotta check the thing. One more cycle. And it probably isn't where I need to get that. I'm probably just not understanding correctly, not remembering correctly, and putting my faith into something that's not there. One more cycle for her too. Okay. So I'm gonna go over here, use my mushrooms to get my energy back. Nice. And then I think... Did they come with a new thing? No, they did not. What do I want to do? I think I'll be fine to go to sleep for the cycle. I think that'll be okay. I'll get some data. Okay. Oh, my perk gives me more. Okay. All right. Yep. Oh, okay. I have to... That's over here. I was like, oh no, I got something that no one buys. They buy it. I'm like giving them information about each other. Just networking. Okay. One more cycle, so tomorrow I'll be able to do Bliss, and tomorrow this will be here too. I'm probably gonna go to the ship first thing. Okay, I'm not full on my stability, but I'm only missing like 1, so I'm not worried about it. So I'm gonna go ahead and end the cycle because my energy is full. Even if I lose 2, I still will have enough for more dice. So yeah, and I didn't even lose 2. I think you lose more when you don't have the energy, I think. Who the fuck? Oh, it's Sleeper. Or it's Moritz. Sleeper. Moritz is leaning against the corridor wall. It's time. He looks away. Big job just came in. Grand finale. You up for it? I'm ready. Alright then. We are in business. Excuse me. He pushes away from the wall. This has to work, Sleeper. Has to. He looks down. If it doesn't... Are we in trouble? The Bay, you mean? He shrugs. We were already in trouble before you got here. The work so far hasn't been enough. Look, Bliss has had a rough time of it. I thought you of all people would understand that. He runs a hand through his hair. Sorry, I didn't mean to be. He smiles. Bliss is a good one. She gave me a chance. I owe her. He straightens up. I know you have your own things going on, Sleeper. We all do. But the Bay needs someone. Bliss needs someone. Hell, I need someone to help me keep Bliss from spinning out completely. He scratches the head. Oh, he scratches the side of his head. Otherwise, there's not much I can do. He shakes his head. I would hate not to pay back my debts. Moritz stretches. I've got to get back. He nods and walks away. I'm out. See you up there. Yep, I will. But first... Okay. Okay, I think this is what I did. What did I do? Okay. You and the merchants know these fragments are overpriced. Oh, I never even... Might as well do it now, I guess. Nice. Should have done that before, but whatever. Nothing to do about it now. Oh, right. So, let's see. Do I have enough now? No. I have to, wait a minute. No, what'd I get? No, I got the... I need 3. I need 3, damn it! Alright, I'm gonna have to wait. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, another 6 cycles. Okay. Whatever. I'm gonna wait until after I've done this job, because I might use energy. And condition. What's going on here? Whoa, what's that? Energy. Ready. Wait, that one... Okay. Engineer, yay! Whoa, this is a lot. I hope we have time. It looks like we do. Reroll. Yes! Oh my gosh, that's like a perfect roll. That is a perfect roll, because that's a 6. Nice. Not even halfway. Alright, well. Let's go down. Down, down, down. Okay. Oh, I need 2 to do it. Damn it. Just go get something from Memphis then, since I can't do it there. Okay. That's done. One upgrade point. Okay. To shoot myself up with a stabilizer. Perfect. And end cycle. Okay, so really the only thing left to do is to let's see, to help Bliss. That's a great roll. All of those are 6s except that 3, but I probably would use that. I'm probably gonna have to use that for food, so that's fine. Okay, check it out. So good. Okay, now the question is, yeah, I'm gonna reroll. Fuck. It's okay. I'll go down and use it for data or safe, something safe. The commune I think is safe, and that'll get me my energy I need, hopefully. Oh, nice. Perfect. Okay. Stability's good. No more dice. End cycle. I can't help but think that if I was paying better attention, I would have already had the ship mind here. But can't focus on bad. Can't focus on the past. Let's just get it now. Let's just... Okay. Another good roll. I mean, 2 1s isn't great, but I have a re-roll, so I'm not too worried. I might not even need those. Nah, I'm probably gonna need 1. At least. Yep. Nice. Perfect. The atmosphere is in the airlock is euphoric. You and Bliss keep grinning at each other like idiots. Exhausted, blinded, sore, and aching idiots. Sleeper, that was incredible. Did we just have sex or something? What's going on? She punches you on the arm. I never thought we were going to make it. Those idiots tangled the whole thing up in like nothing I've ever seen. We make a good team. Bliss smiles a winning smile. As the lock's inner door clunks open, Moritz gives a rare whoop. A whoop? Whoop whoop. He looks exhausted too, and for good reason. Moritz has been the one ferrying tools and parts back and forth from the ship. His tired smile tells you he's glad it's done. Sleeper, Bliss. He shakes his head. Impressive. When I saw that ship come in, I thought there was no way. Why, thank you, Moritz, she winks, for believing in us. Moritz rolls his eyes. You know what I mean. Take the compliment. He shoulders some of the gear that came back with you and Bliss, and heads to the racks to stow it. Bliss turns to you. I think you should be the one to open to do the honors. She nods to the ragged-looking console that Moritz assembled. I don't want to jinx it, she smiles, but you can see she is genuinely nervous. check the console. You glide over to the console and check the screen. It takes a second to see what you are doing through the flickering, cracked display, but after a moment you see the accounts. And there it is, almost 1,000 cryos sat in the Bay's transfer account. Well, Bliss calls, have we been screwed again? We did it! Bliss kicks off from the floor and spins up the bay, shouting as she does. The noise takes Moritz by surprise, and he knocks the rack apart, scattering handfuls of metal fixing across the bay. The sight is something. Glinting steel catching the work lights like glitter. Sorry, says Bliss, grinning when she comes back down. I needed that. She kicks off and joins you at the terminal. Moritz even manages to sell that produce. We made a tidy profit. Eventually, she laughs. Here, she loads a stack of blank chits into the terminal and transfers a chunk of the cryo to them. This is your cut. Bliss hands you the chit. Thank you for believing in this place. She looks away and smiles, even when I couldn't. When you first met me, I was on the edge of giving up. All it would have taken was one more push, but now this place is sparking again. Work is coming in. There are funds in the accounts. Even Moritz has a spring in his step. You both look over at him, happily racking up tools. That's because of you. She punches you on the arm. He likes you. He's a good kid. He isn't bad, is he? He isn't bad, is he? She leans in closer. You know, he came here looking to rob the place. I gave him a job instead, she laughs. Don't tell him I told you that. I just thought it might help you understand the kid. Moritz turns to look at you, and both Bliss and you awkwardly wave. Maybe it's time to change the subject. What now? From here on out, it's going to be a little easier. I'm going to look for some component contracts, stuff that will keep us inside the bay, not out in the black. No need to risk our necks if we don't need to. You want to cash out? That's fine. But there will always be work for you here when you need it. I appreciate it. She smiles and then out of nowhere quickly gives you a hug. She steps back and glances around reflexively. Take care, she says softly. You too. You turn to leave. And Sleeper? Yes? She smiles. Don't spend all that at once. Pfft, well, now that you say that, I'm gonna have to. 2 points, okay. Yeah, that just... Okay, one last job, so apparently... Wait a minute. No, it says we're done. I have to stick around for a few more cycles anyway, so... Oh, good. Is it coming in quicker than last time? Oh, it hasn't left yet. Fuck. It's gotta leave and then come back. Whatever. It is what it is. Reroll. Can I not reroll? Oh, I already did. Whoa, got 447. I can order all the fungus I want. I guess I'll get data. I really don't know what else I could do with this stuff, so I'm just gonna do this, sell it. Gotta make sure I don't accidentally sell the fragment. I don't think I will. Final last words. Okay. Inject. Ah, that's good. Good stuff. Ah, that's good stuff. Okay. Another day. Hungry again. So now I gotta wait 2, 4, 6, 8 cycles. And I almost feel tempted to just kind of just keep going to bed. But I need to at least put my energy back to where it goes. Let's see how many I have for this one. I didn't count. I have 2, 4, 5. Okay. So now I'm going to go over here. And I'm going to get some of that stabilizer. Okay, I'm not going to do that yet. I got to get the mushrooms first. What happens when I... Is that just it? Germinate. Okay, I see what... Do I have it? I do. Oh, I need 2! Damn it! Okay. Time to get spores. There, 2. I think that's all I need. Yeah. Oh, I need just... Okay. Oh, no, I need more. Okay, alright, I see. Alright, need to get another spore. Nice. Not any more than I need. Okay. Mushrooms really are this ship's bread and butter. They're really into it. I'm gonna re-roll just for the hell of it. Oh, nice! That's pretty good, honestly. Okay, and we gotta wait 8 cycles, I think, was what it was, right? 8? Something like that. She needs 2 of those caps, so I'm gonna have to come over here and get that. There, 2. That should do it for my, I can also just buy those things now, but I'm already going for it. Natural grown, you know, that natural grown shit. Is this... Sure. Okay, and I think this one goes to here. Yep. Nice. Do I have like a limit on how many stabilizers I can get? Wait a minute. Where? There's no place to get them. Okay, well, I can't just buy them, I guess. Container. Is she somewhere else? I thought I could still get... Why are they cutting me off? Why are they cutting me off? I don't know what they're doing. I don't know why they're doing this to me. Oh, I got some scraps. That's all right. Okay. Nice. Okay. Didn't mean to do that. Time to end the cycle. And now I think for most of this... Okay, let's see here. Those are growing. I need one more for that. Sure. Although I do have one more mushroom I could use. I'll just use that at the bar. I mean, I have plenty of moves. I could use the mushrooms or the... Probably should just use the actions if I have them, but whatever. I don't really care. It's fine. Okay. There's really not much else to do other than make caps, I guess. Not caps. Make cryo. Here I am thinking I'm playing Fallout. What's up with that? Why the hell did I say caps? That was weird. Okay. Might as well just, max that, like, get all, you know, I got the money, so I'll just get my allowance worth. How much does she pay at the bar? 15 or 10. This one is better. Okay, I don't have any data. Play the exchange. I don't know if I ever did this. I'm gonna give it a shot. 19 cryo, nice. I did not do that. I mean, I kind of touched the button a little bit, but I really didn't touch it all that hard. That was weird. Okay. I'll need 3 of those. That should make the ship mine. I don't need any energy right now, so I'm not gonna buy any of the fungi he's got. I don't know if I've done this before. I want to see if there's anything else I could win besides. Alright, so it seems like gambling is probably the best way to earn stuff, honestly. Oh, and I can't forget about this. I can get energy at the noodle factory. And also with delivering. Oops. Don't want any more. I don't know. I don't like that his thing is still there, though. Like, don't show it to me. This system, their systems can't be fooled for long. What else do I have a allowance on? I think that's it. You know what? This is what happens when you get bored. You turn to crime. I'm gonna reroll. Okay, that's not... Okay, whatever. Oh, interface has a +2 now. Random items. Ooh, I got a lot of... I was able to get a thing! Oops. Oh no! Oh well. I can do it now! Check it out! That was worth it! Now we don't have to wait a whole cycle or whatever. Damn, perfect! Perfect! Oh my gosh. It's amazing. I'm really glad I turned to crime. That helped me out a lot. That saved me a lot of time. Take it. Take it now. There you go. Alright, this dick. As you cross the access looking for a shuttle to take you back to the ruined Cordon, you spot Petter standing at the edge of the central hub. Something about the way he's leaning against the rail, looking down across the axis and towards the blinking lights of the flotilla beyond, makes you pause. He is completely still, his head drooping low and his shoulders hunched high. Approach him. You lean on the railing a little way from Petter, leaving a gap between you. This close you can see the blank stare in his eyes, the way his hands hang limply in front of him. He takes a minute to notice you. Sleeper. He inhales sharply. Still hanging around? Are you okay? Petter paused. Not really, no. Okay. Petter closes his eyes. You can feel his mind whirring, the thoughts refusing to be still. You know, Sleeper, he says without opening his eyes. No one asked you to come here. Oh, great. Here it comes. He clenches his jaw. So why don't you just get lost? He looks directly at you, his stare a challenge. What's with you? Petter stands back from the railing. Who invited you, Sleeper? Who said you could come here? You think because the Harthers decided to name you their errand boy, we have to put up with you? We want you here. We don't want you here. We don't need you. His eyes burning with rage. Go home, you stupid machine. A second after he shouts that final line, he collapses in on himself, staying upright, but all the energy going out of his body. He slumps back against the railing, his eyes closed once more. You wait. After a while he speaks. I'm tired, Sleeper. Tired of everything. I'm tired of the empty paternalism of Hearth. I'm tired of the paranoid whining of the crews. I'm tired of endless cycles that look the same, smell the same, feel the same. I'm tired of running, of hiding, of fixing every shitty thing that breaks out here. His shout echo a little in the hub, but Little stopped to look. He looks down at his feet. I get it. Everyone is tired. Don't take it on me. I get it. Petter nods. I'm sorry, Sleeper, he sighed. Something is... I don't feel okay. Just tired, I think. Really tired. He stands. I'm going to go. He looks at you and sniffs. Go get some sleep. Sleep well. Petter nods slowly, turning away. He raises a hand and drifts away towards the center of the hub. You turn back to the railing, not wanting to watch him go. Seeing him like this, you prefer not to stare. The traffic on the access rumbles on as you watch. Under an endlessly shining sun, the same air recycled through all of these lungs. The same dust gathered, speck by speck, on the windows. You take a sharp breath, stand straight, and get moving before the inertia of it all gets to you too. Oh, I need to do more? Okay, well, whatever. Okay. This one does more. I don't know why I do the other one. Okay, well, it makes it 4. That's not bad. Okay, it's not great, though. Alright, perfect. Well, I can just get some food. Just buy some food. Can I do that at the farm stacks? I think so. Nice, okay. Here's another thing, but I don't really want to do that. If you get caught stealing, there's no way you'll be able to work in the stacks. It's as simple as that. I mean, I don't really need this place, honestly. Maybe I'll do it just to get it off the map so I don't have to look at it anymore. Ooh, and then I could get my last thing. Yeah, I think that's what I want to do. Okay. Crime again it is. It helped me last time. It will definitely help me again. I just know it. Just one last job. That's it. One last. And then we're done. One big job. Okay. Betsy, come here. Come on. Good girl. Why on that side? You get the... No, you get the... Stop it. You get the table all wobbly when you do that. Don't do that. Stop it. I'm so close to finishing this, Betsy. You gotta let me be. You gotta let me be. I know I called you over here, but I just wanted you to lay here with me. Just lay. Okay. Ugh. Lay down. Right there. Right there's good. Good girl. No, stop it. You hit your... Don't hit your head. Stop it. Lay down. Betsy, lay down. Good girl. Stop. Okay. Alright. What was I doing? Oh, crime. But first... Is it time for the, Is it time for Bliss yet? Let me check. Let's look. Nope, she still has a couple cycles. But it also isn't showing it on my things that I have to do. So maybe it's not something I have to do. Okay. I can buy food for energy, so I'll do that. So I don't have to, I can use all my actions to do... Oh, that's right. I was going to do crime. Fuck it. Let's do it. didn't add anything. That's all I get, though. See what happens when I do this. Oh, shit. Whoops. I thought it said there's no coming. Oh, I just can't work there anymore. I can still buy food. Okay, I see. I understand. I thought I was gonna steal, like, produce, so I thought I was gonna get another mushroom for this. And then I wouldn't have to wait for this one. Oh well, I think it was still worth it. Worth it to, you know, satisfy my curiosity. Okay, this one, let's re-roll. Okay, alright, I can deal with that. I can accept that. Engineer, so this is a 6. Nice. And this would be a 3. Sure, let's try it. I'm probably gonna get a negative outcome. Oh, okay. Okay, so what's up with this one? Still waiting for our next one. I guess I gotta... I mean, I have 8 of these, so... One more. There we go. You know, honestly, I like just finishing things. So even though it was bad getting kicked out of the stacks, I still am happy that I filled the bar. As weird as that sounds. Okay. It's an engineering job, so I don't think there's anything else other than that other thing, but this is like something that I need to do for the story, so let's see if it does it. There we go. Nice. Okay. Sleeper. Petter calls to you as you cross the access. He is standing by the same railing as you saw him at last time, and he beckons you over. Seems happy. I've been hearing things. He gives you a sidelong look. Good things? Petter smiles. Mostly. He rubs his hands together nervously. You wait for him to speak. You know, on Song, I was a teacher. He glances at you, anticipating a response. Well, that's why you have a weird, like, power complex and are an asshole and like preaching. Okay, it makes more sense. Really? Petter sighs. Don't sound so surprised. Mechanical engineering. It's an essential subject on a moon where a single mechanical failure could mean the deaths of hundreds. He looks at the ground. The heat, the atmosphere, the radiation, all of it is hostile to us. My students knew this. Their work, their training, was respected. As long as they were careful and respected Song themselves, they could have their own choice of colony placements. They were always in demand. That meant I was respected, surrounded by friends and colleagues, also always able to call in favors and repay them like for like. He frowns. Song colonies are small, close-knit. We look after our own. When the flux events started hitting, colonies went dark overnight. We knew what those kind of failures meant. Like always, we lost more people than any other moons. He balls his hands into tight fists. Not a single one of my students left Song. Oh, sorry. Our future was cut off just like that. My future. He flexes his hands. What am I out here? What use am I? Song is a fading memory, and the systems we built there are useless outside its orbit. How am I supposed to move on from here? He looks at you, eyes steely gray and glinting. Find someone to teach. Petter pauses, thinking. You don't give up, do you, Sleeper? You just keep going. Petter shakes his head. You remind me of a student of mine, one who entered the program. I'm not going to be your student, by the way. Just put that out there. One who entered the program from one of the smallest colonies. They didn't have the advantages of some of the others, but they were stubborn. Stubborn as hell. By the end of the program, they were most skilled of their peers. They didn't get the best assignment, Maybe because they didn't spend much time making the kind of connections that would help you get there. But that didn't matter, because I knew they would make the best of anything they set themselves to do. Petter is smiling now. Buoyed up a little, buoyed up a little by memory. Singers are stubborn, Sleeper. We aren't going to change easily. We won't forgive easily or take help easily. But we'll hold strong. You can count on us for that. Okay? Petter stands from the railing. When you see Soul again, you can tell him that. You can tell him that how the Cruise of Ember's song operates. I tell him we will resist. If that means resisting a heart's imperialist ambitions, so be it. If it means resisting the flux, so be it. And if it means to you, as you have, help others resist those same pressures, so be it. Petter smiles, and then tell him to leave us alone. He turns his step lighter and heads off towards the center of the Axis sub. Okay. It's not unpleasant currently. Why can't I click on that? There we go. Okay. When you arrive at the bridge of the Pilgrim, Seed Soul is waiting for you. You wouldn't believe the messages that have come through in the past few cycles, Sleeper, he smiles. The ship from Steppe has a goodwill gesture, a whole cache of supplies from their own farms, he smiles. I'm not sure how we'll use them, but the gesture is a welcome one. Song, meanwhile, are apparently accepting supplies again, although a little reticently, if I may say so, Soul smiles. I don't expect them to change anytime soon, it should be said. And what I'm wondering, Sleeper, is what part you had in all this. Soul eyes you, waiting for answers. I helped where I could. I've come to expect that of you, Sleeper, he smiles. You look at Soul, his eyes bright and eager, and wonder what he sees in you. Are you a tool to be used, or an ally? It can be hard to tell. I want to show you something. Soul squeezes your shoulder, turning you to face the lift. He leans you along the axis of the ship towards the engines, the clanking of his suit, accompanied by the constant hammering and welding that fills the echoey bulkheads of the Pilgrim Seed at all hours. With the cordon lifted and shuttles able to go out to salvage scrap and barter for supplies, the ships have become a place of transformation, moving towards some state yet to be revealed to you. You look at Soul. What is his plan here? What is he preparing the Pilgrim Seed for? Or are his sharp eyes simply focused on making it through the next cycle? Suddenly, Soul stops in front of a huge bulkhead door, like the seal on the front of a dry dock hangar. He signals to someone in a cabin high up, attached to the wall, and they begin the process of opening it up. The Pilgrim Seed was built as a short-range freight carrier, you know. The amber warning lights on the bulkhead door send spinning shadows across Soul's face. We built it to ship the entire harvest from thousands of farms to the silos at Pariso. When we realized that we need to leave, it was the biggest ship we can muster. Soul wraps on a metal plate, and somehow she carried us all the way out here. We? Farmers mostly, from outside the city and the edges. He flexes his shoulder beneath his suit. We saw it coming first, I guess. Knew it was time. Others didn't want to believe. I was a farmer, had a whole load of land and people to run it. My people helped convert this place for the long trip. He looks at his feet. Others led, organized the evacuation, and debated the plan. Not one of those folks made it. Soul rubs his forehead. We were out in the black a long time before we got here, Sleeper. Things happened. The upshot is I was chosen to take over. I guess my crew trusted me, and I knew the ship. I argued, reminded them that I'm no leader, and that I'm sick, but well, when service chooses you. A loud klaxon sounds, indicating the bulkhead doors are ready to open. They groan as they slide back, the metal squeals echoing through the vast ship, bouncing off its hard-plated walls. At first all you see is darkness, then the lights on it, and huge strips that stretch back as far as you can see. The space in front of you, a vast bay, bigger than any of you have ever seen, is empty. When we left Hearth, we didn't have the time or resources to convert the ship. Sol begins leading you into the massive space. So much of the fright space we sealed away, shut down. But now we have time, we have resources, we stabilized here, at least for the moment. Sol turns to you. Now is the time we make use of all this. What are you planning? What do you think happens next for the Eye, Sleeper? Sol sighs. The flux has already hit one part of the station, and from what I know, it'll hit again. On Hearth, we lost everything. There isn't much time, Sleeper, but there is enough time to do something. Think of the number of people we can fit on here. The farming stacks, the housing. Hell, we could plant some of those mushrooms you love so much. It's the only thing around. What do you mean the ones I love so much? I have no choice. This is the way forward, the only way. We need to fill the ship with able bodies and head for the Starward Belt. I thought the Eye was your destination. It was until the flux hit here. Now it's just another stop. I'm glad of the chance to resupply and salvage, but we need to go further out. I want you to help me. You know the Eye, you have connections, and you can work hard. I've seen it. Sol meets your eye. I know you're like me, Sleeper. You didn't choose service, but it chose you. There are other ways. If you know 'em, go ahead. But I'm telling you, this is the opportunity we have now. I know it's a lot to think about, Sleeper. Trust me. Sol begins to lead you back out of the bay. But think of what we can do here. The flotilla can't last forever. We need more than just farmers to make this work. We need to build a new world for ourselves. I've heard that out there in the belt there are people who've been setting up since the collapse, making something of their own. That's our future, tucked away in those rocks, far from all of this. Sol sighs. I don't bring my people here just to let them die somewhere new. Sol crosses back over to the threshold of the bay and signals for the operator to close it up. The door groans and Sol waits for it to stop. Think about it, Sleeper. Sol claps an arm on your back. But don't wait too long. This is happening soon. As he leaves you there, in the silence of the vast bay, you hear your head spinning with the thought of leaving the Eye. I mean, I already denied it one time. I don't think I'm going to accept it again. We got 2 cycles. Episode complete. The second part of Flortillo's story is complete. Episode purge. The final episode will begin when the clock below is complete. What? PK is complete. Oh, okay. Okay. I don't know how long this is going to take. I thought I was kind of done. But that's okay. I don't mind. Let's go check on Bliss. Nope, not yet. But that's okay. I can use this one for data. I'm like super rich on the Eye now, so I don't think I want to go anywhere. You know, I got 457 cryo. I have no idea what that completely means, but it's got to be something good, I would think. Yay. Okay. Now we go here. I'm going to go ahead and put a scrap component in. There we go. And cycle. This cycle, and then another cycle. So 2 more cycles. On the 3rd cycle is when the next episode begins, I guess. I wonder how long the episode is, because if it's like, I don't know, like 20 minutes, I don't want to bother. I would want to just finish it up in this, you know, stream. But if it's longer than that, well, I mean, if it's longer than an hour, I probably will do it in a separate stream. I'll probably do it, save for another night. Yeah, I got 3. Nice. I got 2 more, so that means I need 6 more points. No active drives. Interesting. I don't remember how much was left on here, so I'm just gonna go look. Still 1. And then I know I don't need this anymore, but I'm still gonna check on it. Man, I'm glad I stole from them. I'm glad I stole things because it helped speed things along. Just goes to show you, stealing is good. Crime is good, right? Turn to crime. Um, I don't need spores. I don't really need any fungus. It's just for scraps. I'm good on scraps, so I don't need to worry about that at the moment. Alright, this is the place where I sleep. Okay, got one more here. So I will... What do I want to do? Guess just make money. What else can I do? Except I am going to first get energy. Okay. And then reroll. Nice. Okay. Where's good ways to make energy make money? Oh, they're still here. Okay. Nice. Okay. Is that it? No, I can do more. That'll be fine. Nice. Okay. And then is it Havenage or yeah, I guess. Although I can get that as well from that, but I'll just get this. I'm working both sides. I'm like a double agent, maybe an Uno card agent, because I just am like go back and forth. Nah, I don't think that's there's gotta be a better name for it. Double agent, I think, is what it's called. Double agent. Nope, that's Havenage. Havenage, look what I got. Or maybe it's just being called a snitch or a rat. Might just be being a rat. Do that. And cycle. Now I have 535. Cryo. Did I say caps again? I think I said caps again before. I do not mean to be saying... What's going on? Sleeper, long time. Mort is smiling at you when you leave. Clearly happy to see you again. Mort, it's good to see you. Same. He rubs his hand on the jacket. How have you been? Really well. Good to hear it. He looks up and down. I knew you'd make it work. You're a smart one. He glances around. Hey, look, I'm not down here to chat, though. I know Bliss said she didn't want to take any more big jobs, but she's changed her mind or something. He grins. Because now we have someone looking for a refit of their ship in our bay. You'd not believe it. They want to cut their entire ship disarmed. They want their entire ship disarmed, cutting out defense arrays, weapon lockers, ship-to-ship countermeasures, the whole lot. He leans in. We'll be able to start an arms dealership with all the hardware we'll have lined there when we are done, he laughs. Anyway, it's a massive job and we need some hands. Bliss said to go get you. So come on, up. Bliss is waiting on you to accept the job. He pauses. It'll be good to have you up there again, he grins. Like old times. What do you mean like old times? It's only been like a couple cycles. Sleeper. I'm being... Okay. Sleeper, PK is waiting for you in the corridor. It's time. PK looks pale and disheveled, with heavy marks under their eyes and strands of hair sticking to their face. For what? PK smiles weakly. Nice try, but we can't dodge this. PK holds up a thumbnail-sized drive. All the data I have compiled on the flux event, the effects of the wave, and the structures that hide within it is on here. Oh, right, I gotta give it to someone. You look at the tiny drive, a cask of dark secrets. It's annotated to the best of my ability. Anyone should be able to understand the threat, the potential in this. Peke sighs. It makes for grim reading. Without intervention, the eye will suffer cascading collapse of systems, just like the colonies of Ember's moons. You're sure? Peke grimaces. As I can be, the evidence all points in one direction. Peke looks at the drive. This shadow in the flux, this protocol is so hard to pin down. It adapts to any countermeasure I have tried to deploy. It is like trying to hold water in a cage. It slips straight through. There has to be a way. PK closes their hands around the drive. We need help, Sleeper. This is about everyone on this station, they sigh. We have to set up a meeting to tell someone who can do something about all this. Helene. Perhaps, PK pauses, if anyone can protect the eye, it's Havenage, but their internal politics will make it hard for them to act. Will they even listen to us? Or perhaps, PK adds thoughtfully, we've been thinking about it all wrong. PK's eyes glint. Why make a choice when we can tell both of them? That's a really good point. Why pick a side when the only side in this entire thing is one we all need to take? PK sparks as they think, their words barely keeping pace with their thoughts. We need to resist this together, or we will fail. We need everyone on board, Sleeper. PK smiles. That is the only way. We send the data to both. You're right. PK smiles. I'm glad you see it too. They look away. Another flux event is coming. I'm sure of it, and I'm not sure we can survive without help. PK opens their hand and holds the drive out for you to take. You need to do this, Sleeper. I can't. You know Soul. You know Helene. They trust you. To them, I'm just another spacer, but you are part of this place. Hearing someone else say it hits you hard. You're a part of the eye. PK is right, but right now, that feels more like a weakness than a strength. I've set up a data relay at the cordon. It's neutral ground. Take the data and send it out to Havenage and the flotilla. Once they receive it, they will come, and we can be sure of that. You will meet them there and take them through it all. No one could do a better job. They tuck a strand of I think that's supposed to be strand of hair behind their ear. Okay. Peke tentatively puts a hand on your shoulder. I should have asked her to come because she knows about all this. That's also a really good role, I just noticed. Thank you, Sleeper. I know this is hard, but we have to move forward. We can't keep this to ourselves anymore. They step back, looking thin and pale in the harsh station light. Come talk to me once it's done. They slip away into the eye. Okay. Common ground. Alright, well. Do I have any data? I do. I have all this flux data. Oh. Whatever. Okay. First gonna get some energy. Okay. And then I know I should wait till the end of the cycle to do this, but I just feel like being my tip-top shape for this. I need to be ready. I need to be... Okay, let's go up here. When you enter the bay, it is weirdly quiet. Moritz must be out on some errand, and maybe Bliss is prepping the kit. Sleeper. Ankita is drifting at one side of the bay. You missed her completely when you came in. Okay. The idea of not seeing Ankita when you entered a room would have seemed unlikely to several cycles ago, but seeing her without her armor seems smaller, less imposing. Ankita, she nods and kicks off the wall, drifting closer. So what is this, she asks. Come to avenge Ashton or his Sleeper, or just looking for another payout? Her anger is familiar, but quieter than before, restrained. I don't want to fight. Then why are you here? She looks away, and you can tell her anger isn't directed at you in particular. It radiates off her like fire. I'm here for something else. It's not all about you. You better be ready to sign, comes a shout from the bay entrance, because I've got my best repair tech coming up here especially, and they are going to... Bliss glides in and suddenly stops herself when she sees you and Ankita standing off. I'm not standing off anything. Oh, Sleeper, you are already here. Miss Cassetta, this is the tech I was telling you about. Best on the who... She stops, looking between the two of you. Wait, do you know each other? You and Ankita look at each other. We worked together. Bliss squints at you both before continuing. Bliss produces a slate. Now, Miss Casetta, if you'd like to sign our damage waiver here we can start on the decommissioning. She looks at you. My tech here is eager to get started, as am I. Ankita scrawls her signature across the slate. Thank you, Bliss. Thank you, Bliss pauses. And everything is okay with the special payment terms we discussed? She gives Ankita a strange smile. All fine, says Ankita, giving you another hard look. Then she kicks off and drifts to the entrance. I'll be in the gimbal, she says, and leaves. Special payment terms. She looks over her glasses at you. Look, Sleeper, there's something I have to tell you. She glances around again. What is she so nervous about? This isn't exactly a typical job. Miss Casetta, Akita, she gives you a knowing look. Doesn't have the chits to pay us, so we've made a special agreement. She sighs. I'm leaving. Leaving? Keep it down. I haven't told Moritz yet. She looks down. Just waiting to break it to him. Don't tell him either. She stares hard at you. I'm telling him when I'm ready, and I don't want him getting worried about Ankita's history. He can be very protective. You should tell him. Look, all I care is that she is headed for the Starward Belt. She looks out of the bay. That's where I'm headed. She turns back to face you. Also, I wanted to ask. She stops, unsure. If you'd like to come with us. I can't. She interrupts before you answer. I know things have been hard for you on the Eye, and you helped me so much. I asked Ankita if she'd carry 2 of us, and she said yes. Moritz will take over the bay anyway, although if you stay, you are welcome to help him run it. I just thought, she sighs, you might be in need of a fresh start as much as I am. She turns away nervously. Think about it anyway. The berth is there. We've got to finish the job first anyway. And with that, she kicks away and heads to the racks before you can offer an answer. Moments later, Moritz enters with a new cutting torch for the disarming of the ambergris. The Starward Belt. You push your thoughts to the back of your mind. Time to get to work. How is she so quick to assume that he's going to take over when she leaves? He hasn't even told her any of it yet. Excellent rolls. I think so. I have this is 6s across the board. I should. Nice. I still have 1 to spare. Amber looks better than she ever has before. Bliss has done an incredible job of cleaning up the hull, and despite the exterior changes being limited, she has the impression of being lighter, somehow sleeker than before. Moritz drifts by. He has been loading up the final equipment onto Amber. It turns out Ankita will be taking her weapons, but packed and ready to sell at the first Steward Belt port she hits. Is she the one who stole the weapons? But now that Moritz is done, he seems in a kind of daze, floating back and forth aimlessly. You okay, Moritz? What's that? He turns. Oh, right, yeah. Packed and stacked. He smiles a weak smile. Was hoping Miss Casetta would let me keep a warhead. What do you think of her? Miss Casetta, he shrugs. She seems tired and old, like older than she looks. Hey, Sleeper, he looks down. Did you know Bliss was leaving? You understand now. She told him. That's why, he's like this. I'm not gonna lie. I did. He nods distractedly. She said this place is mine. He looks up around the bay like it is suddenly some vast space he doesn't know what to do with. You'll do a great job. He looks down at you. Hey, thanks. He smiles. I appreciate you saying that. Not many people believe in me before now. First Bliss, then you. A dark look suddenly crosses his face. Hey, Sleeper, there was something Bliss said. He meets your eye. Are you going to? Before you can answer, Ankita glides into the bay, a massive crate on her shoulder. Sleeper, you coming or what? Bliss is ready on board. She stops by the terminal, holding herself in place. Moritz looks at her with a dazed expression. You look at Ankita. She's keeping it together now. She's packed all those bad feelings down someplace where you'll never see them and built a tough foundation on top. She may not be a mercenary anymore, but you imagine most people would think twice before trying to cross her. Uh, well, she looks at you. I'm not eager to spend another moment of my time on this station unless I have to. She pauses, looking between you and Moritz. She sighs. I'll give you a minute. And she kicks off with the crate, taking, taking it to the end of the bay, where the Amber sits docked. You look back at Moritz. I'm staying. Moritz looks like he might pass out. Sleeper, are you sure? Are you doing this for me? I'm staying for me. Moritz nods. All right then, you're staying, he grins. Inkita comes back across the bay, the final crate stowed. Are you staying then, Sleeper? I'm staying. She nods. Well, okay then. One less mouth to feed. She pauses. Look, Sleeper, I'm not going to go back over everything that happened, but she sighs. I'm trying to put that behind me, but I hope you find what you're looking for here. She smiles and kicks off, gliding to the ambergris and the starward belt beyond. You both watch in silence as Amber's drives fire up. I guess this is our place now, says Moritz, the weight of everything suddenly hitting him. Your place, he smiles. Okay, but I'll need some help from time to time. You both stay for a while to watch Amber and Bliss and Inkita leave, and then Moritz goes to the racks to finally implement a new organizational system, and you head out, promising to be back to check on things soon. As you glide around the soft curve of the hub, you catch glimpses of the distant stars flickering through the windows. They are beautiful, it's true, but by now you think of them as a distraction. In your time on the Eye, you realize there's nothing out there waiting for you. No fresh starts, no bright futures, just a whole load of problems you haven't found yet. That's a terrible way to look at it. No, your place is here, among the people you know and the problems you know. You wish Inkita and Bliss the best of luck out in the belt, but as you do, you focus on the Eye, on the vast spinning rim that rotates around its hub, on its buildings and flashing lights, on its people and places. This is your home, and for now, it contains all the future you need. And now we get another. So it's kind of funny that they keep rolling these credits for all these endings, but I think it's a good way to show you that, like, that's wrapped up. You know, that quest is done. There's no doubt. Um, I would have want. I feel like I needed better closure with Inkita. Next round is yours. Moritz arrives at the table with a couple of steel drink canisters, typical of the hub's only bar, the Gimbal Lounge. He settles into the webbing beside the table and clunks them down onto the magnetic table. This place, you have decided, is ridiculous. A rapidly spinning, cavernous sphere, the gimbal's weak gravity, just like the gravity at the eye's rim, is created by its gut-wrenching rotation. The interior surface of the sphere is the gimbal's floor, which descends towards the equator, where one long bar loops around the entire circumference. Tumbling out from the central ring are an array of booths and seating arrangements, equipped with all kinds of harnesses and webbing to keep customers in place. These harnesses are there because the gimbal doesn't quite spin up fast enough, and you watch as the clientele bounce towards the bar in lazy arcs or shift from table to table with graceful leaps. What are you thinking? Asked Moritz, noticing you're staying on to the gamble. How weird this place is? What to do next? How weird this place is. Moritz glances around as if for the first time. Yeah, Bliss never used to like coming here. Moritz takes a drink and stretches. So, Sleeper, you sticking around? I have things to take care of. Moritz nods. Yeah, thought you might. Moritz rubs the back of his head. One cycle at a time. That's how we'll take it. Nice and easy. You aren't sure if he is talking to himself or you. We'll make it. He lifts his drink for a toast. To the next cycle, he pronounces, and knocks it back. Later, when you finally leave the gimbal, Moritz is still laughing. You help him out of the spinning gimbal and back into the hub, sending him on his way home to the bay. Then you pause for a moment to watch the stars as they spin around the Eye. You smile to yourself and think Bliss and Inkita are out there somewhere among those points of light to the next cycle. Okay. Let's see, what do I do here? Alright, I just get cryo. I think that's been the most that I earn that I've seen. Okay. Let's go down. And I don't know exactly where it needed me to I don't remember where she said to go, but I'm guessing it's going to be a big blinky thing, and I will know when I see it. Is it that? No. It's the cordon, that's right. I remember now. Start action. Oh, once you do the events and I will begin. After this point, you'll not be able to return complete other drives. Make sure you are ready. Shit. Okay. I think I am. Yeah. Yep. I'm ready. I'm ready. And not that I have a choice at this point. I didn't read it. With the data sent, the only thing to do is wait. Continue. As you do, you imagine Helene receiving the data, perhaps in the middle of some Havenage council meeting. You think of her trembling hands as she slips out of the room to read it, her reaction you can't predict. You imagine Sol, too, one of his crew, finding him in some corner of the pilgrim seat, overseeing the modifications that will turn it into an ark, those sharp eyes scanning the data, looking for a way to proceed. The wait draws out, and to pass the time you watch the activity beyond the edge of the eye. The scrap shuttles pulling components from the now abandoned cordon, and the supply skiffs making runs between the flotilla ships. It isn't long before you hear the chirping of one of Helene's now familiar drones approaching the viewing platform, and then Helene herself strides into the room. Where did you get this, Sleeper? Helene holds up a slate scrolling with streams of flux data as she enters. I need to know your source. A friend. You seem to have a lot of friends, Sleeper. Helene raises an eyebrow. But I need this data authenticated. I can't just... She pauses and pushes her hair back out of her face. This is a lot to take in. A shadow protocol inside the flux? The system's CAN channel starting up? A total collapse of the eye? She rubs her forehead. If I bring this to the council, they'll... She turns away. Stay silent. Do you know what has been happening with Havenage, Sleeper? She looks away out at the flotilla. Since the refugee ships started arriving, things have changed. It's chaos. No one can settle on a single issue. There is a division at every vote, but in the division, only one group prospers. The hardliners, because as each counselor gets tired of the arguments, gets tired of compromise, they become more attracted to the easy answers. The flotilla is to blame. The refugees are opportunists. The eye must be defended. She shakes her head. And now you're telling me they brought something to the eye that will cause its collapse? They didn't bring it. It doesn't matter, Sleeper. This is all the counselors will hear. She closes her eyes to a hand to her temple. Many of them already presume that the refugees are somehow to blame. Did someone say refugees? Is this the part in the sitcom where everyone goes like, "What?" Just clapping? Did someone say refugees? Sol clanks into the docking bay, grinning at the situation. Speak of the devil, and well, here I am. His suit hisses as he settles on his cane. Helene glances between the two of you, uncertain if she has been drawn into some elaborate plan. Sol holds out a hand to her. Sol, he nods. I believe we have spoken remotely while the cordon was still up. I sent you both. We are all allies here. Sol raises an eyebrow. That seems a little presumptuous, doesn't it? I trust you, Sleeper, but Havenage has been the ones seeking to hold us without charge or good reason. I'm not Havenage, Helene bursts out, then corrects herself. What I mean to say is no one person represents Havenage. That's the idea. I did not support the cordon. I did not support your quarantine. Sol nods. Well then, Sol glances at you. Anyone mind if I get myself up to speed here? He pauses, but you get the feeling he isn't expecting an answer. One, the flux events, the very same destabilizing waves that collapsed the colonies on the moons of Ember, have reached the station. He holds up a stubby finger. 2, according to data Sleeper provided, these events are acting as a cover for some kind of intrusive protocol, which is causing real damage. A second finger joins the first. 3, a shadow protocol will do the very same thing it did to Ember's song. Step in hearth and quickly. In short, it shuts down everything keeping this place alive. A third finger pops up. 4, this is my favorite. We have no idea who or what is doing this, and why. Sol's final finger joins the other 3. Is that about the total of it? There's also another flux event coming. Of course there is, Sol smiles thinly. Sounds. Helene pauses, searching for words. Intimidating. Helene turns to Sol. Did you manage to put up any kind of resistance on Ember's hearth? Sol shakes his head. That's why we were here. The Pilgrim Seed was the biggest ship to make it out unscathed. He pauses. I suppose we didn't have the data. We didn't know what was eating up the systems. We all thought it was the flux. Helene looks at you, and I imagine you, Sleeper, and whoever helped you uncover this might be able to figure out a countermeasure. We can try. Helene nods. Helene nods approval. Okay, so that's the start of it. You'll forgive me, Sol cuts in. Part of why I was able to save as many as I could on Ember's hearth was that I gave up hope early. Sol shifts his weight, his suit hissing. There were endless strategy meets, system reboots, tests, and trials, but I just got on with working on the Pilgrim Seed, with getting people on board. So when the second and the third and the rest of the Flux events hit, we were ready to go. So if I can offer you some advice, Miss Not Havenage, it is to give up on that line of thought you have, that hope, and to start the evacuation now. Right this cycle. Sol looks out the observation deck towards the Pilgrim Seed. I've already started the process of converting the remaining volume of the Pilgrim Seed for human habitation. With Haven's resources, I dare say we could finish the job with time to spare. Sol scratches at his beard. I know it's hard and I know it's sudden, but you have to give us hope. You have to give up hope. We have to run. There will be no heroes here, just those that keep living and those who don't, or those who that don't. Helene listens in silence, making calculations. She looks out at the bulk of the Pilgrim Seed, which, despite all its vastness, is dwarfed by the eye as a whole. Something flickers in her eyes. She opens her mouth to speak. She stops, frozen. Let me think. Helene rubs her temple. I need a moment. Helene paces, and you watch her. You realize how young she is and how lost she is in the systems and protocols she has to navigate. You can almost see the strings and ties that bind her, glinting the webs in the wide space of the observation platform. We purged the shadow protocol. Helene stops pacing. But with what resources? The data you sent me. This thing is a shadow, uncontrollable, untraceable. Perhaps with the full contingent of Havenage System Department, but that would require hundreds of work orders to be overlooked, maintenance scheduled abandoned. She looked away. Getting that through the council, would that even be possible? She glanced at Sol, who was partially watching, patiently listening. We have to try. Helene looks at the slate again. I will take this to the council, force them to listen, force them to act. You both jump as something loudly clears their throat nearby. Someone loudly clears their throat nearby. Ooh, who is it? Your eyes jump to the dark entryway that Helene emerged from just minutes ago. I think I have a feeling. Oh, I have no idea who the fuck this guy is. Apparently it's Kemp. What a cozy little meeting this is. A man steps from the shadows, dressed in the same style of Havenage overalls as Helene. I must say, that is some very incendiary rhetoric you are using, Counselor Helene. You glance at Helene and her face drops immediately. Kemp. She curses under her breath. Sol shifts his weight on his cane, but otherwise remains still, like a casual observer. Plotting against Havenage with an interloper? He gestures at Sol. Everyone will be so disappointed. Kemp smiles a bright smile. Some of the counselors had such high hopes for our youngest member. His smile drops. I, of course, never let novelty distract from the importance of experience. Helene stares daggers at Kemp. Enough of this shit, Kemp. You need to see this. She holds out her slate with an outstretched arm. The games are over. No more point scoring, no more lobbying. You and your headliners need to stop. This is something real. Kemp calmly takes the slate and prods the screen, scrolling through the flux data. His face betrays nothing, but you see some complex calculations flickering in his sharp eyes. Kemp lowers the slate slowly and smiles at Helene. And what do you think this shows? Helene frowns. Don't play games. You can read. The flux is a carrier signal for some shadow protocol, most likely corporate in nature. Maybe it's Solheim re-emerging to claim their station. Maybe it's a takeover. But either way, the station is under threat. You were right about that. But the rest? Conjuncture? Kemp rubs his chin. What we have is a virus in our systems, which emerged precisely when the flotilla arrived. In fact, it times in perfectly with the mysterious event that freed them. So what I see is a hostile cyber warfare attack, instigated by descendants that fled Ember's moon after committing terrorist attacks on their own soil. Kemp's face darkens. That is the order of facts, nothing more and nothing less. Facts I'll be happy to present to the council. Kemp tightens his grip on the slate. Helene laughs. You think that's the only copy of that data? You sancriminous shit? No, I don't, Kemp smiles. But, who do you think they will listen to, Helene? Especially after I tell everyone about this little, clandestine meeting? You could win power by Havenage system by our laws, so you resort to this. Kemp shakes his head. The law is with me. It's as simple as that. He gestures, and out of the shadows, 2 Havenage security officers appear. What the fuck's up with this guy? Now, no need for that. Sol suddenly speaks up. His silence had meant Kemp had stopped paying attention to him, but now you notice he has backup of his own. A group, everyone is this like a Texas or a Mexican standoff? A group of his crew stand at the edges of the room. They're carrying long, boxy guns. You've never seen anything like them on the eye. Glossy XPR logos glint along their barrels. These are Esche's guns. Oh. Kemp freezes and the officers hesitate, holding back in the doorway. Be careful there, outsider, he shudders. Kill me and Havenage will never forget. I think they will. I don't think anyone's going to miss you. Sol waves his hand at him. No one is killing anyone, so let's calm down. Sol scratches his beard. But I'm going to have to ask you to leave. Helene glances at him, and he gives her a gentle nod. And you'll leave your colleague here with me. He raises an eyebrow. We haven't finished our conversation. Kemp laughs and shakes his head. You're finished, Helene. The council will never allow you back after this. Then he turns and walks out of the observation deck, taking his officers with him. You all pause to catch your breath. Helene looks ready to collapse. Sol flexes inside his suit, nodding at his crew to check that Kemp has fully retreated. Sol wrenches part of his suit back into place, grimacing. Your friends leave a lot to be desired. He shoots a glance at Helene. Seems like support for the evacuation might be a hard ask. Helene doesn't respond. She stares out at the pilgrim seed once more, trying to process what's in front of her. She sighs and turns back to you both. I won't call for an evacuation. She looks at Sol. Maybe that is a fatal mistake, but I can't do it. I understand. But, she pauses, I won't block it either. If people want to leave, Havenage will let them. That is what I propose to the council, she sighs, if you let me speak. You have to do more. Easier said than done, sleeper, she sighs. She nods at you and Sol and turns to leave. Sol is quiet. He scratches at his beard. Good luck, he offers to departing Helene, but she does not respond. He leans on his cane. I'll be honest with you, sleeper. None of this changes anything for me. The pilgrim seed will be going in a handful of cycles, whether Havenage wants it or not. How long? Sol grimaces. Honestly, as soon as we are ready, I'm not eager to run down the clock to the last cycle. Sol puts a hand on your shoulder. There's a berth for you. And for any you can gather, sleeper, that much I owe you. And Helene? I won't hold out much hope for her coming around, sleeper. She's too tied up in all this. It won't let her leave, even if she wants to. He eyes you. Hell, I'd say the same about you, but you have a habit of proving me wrong. My crew will take me from here. Don't you worry. Sol straightens up. Oh, and thank you, Sleeper, for sending the data. I appreciate the extra info, and I'll see if it can help us shore up Pilgrim Seed against any future flux events. If we had you back on Ember's hearth, he pauses, suddenly losing his appetite for discussing the past. Sol sighs. Of course, we are going to need all the help we can get. If you can spare some time, come to the Pilgrim Seed, help me get it ready, bring others. There's a future to be earned here, cycle by cycle. We will be leaving as soon as we are able. If you want to help get us there faster, well, you'd be welcome. He meets your eye. Sol grimaces. Well, he pauses. Just don't keep me waiting. And he limps off towards his waiting crew. You pause for a moment and let your thoughts catch up. PK will want to hear about all this. They should be your first port of call. Okay. I don't have any upgrade points. Okay. I don't, no, get out of here. I don't really need to do anything. As you enter the climbing briar, you immediately have to jump aside as Eshe, lugging a massive crate across the cargo bay, pushes past you, grunting an apology as she does. Grunt back. Reminds me of when we met. Eshe sniffs and doesn't look back. As you turn back to the bay, PK pushes past too. Sorry, sleeper, just a second. PK rushes to catch up with Eshe. Put that down, please, Eshe. But she doesn't respond to their urging. We can't leave, not yet. PK puts a hand on her shoulder. Please, I'm the only one here who can... The crate drops, the sound of its impact echoing around the bay like thunder. Can do what, PK? Her eyes are burning with anger. Save this place? Are you still that naive? We are running, PK. We are running because this thing cannot be stopped. It couldn't be stopped at XPR, our home. Why would we stay to stop it here? Because we can, Eshe. We can give these people a chance, PK pleads with her. Like they gave the refugees a chance? Eshe shakes her head. No, PK, this is not on us. We barely made it out of XPR. I worked for years to escape, and now you want to throw it all away? I left everything behind. My mother, my friends, to take you out of that place. She clenches her jaw. She turns and slams her hand onto the crate, breathing hard. We go. That's the end of it. PK turns away. You feel unsure what to do, but you know now is not the time for outside arguments. This is between them. PK crosses the bay back towards you. I'm sorry you had to see that, sleeper, they sigh. Let's talk upstairs. PK leads you to the entry ladder, taking you up on the bay and into the habitation level of the ship. You follow them through the tight corridors, noticing the handwritten notes, the clutter, the repairs, the signs of a home. Here, sit, PK gestures to the broad mess table with its curved couches, and you slide in on one side. PK sits opposite. They brush their hair out of their eyes and take a deep breath. So, how'd it go? What did they say? I've been waiting all cycle. Tell them about Kemp. PK looks increasingly troubled as you tell them about the hardline counselor Kemp's sudden appearance. Damn, then Helene's gonna have problems of her own to deal with. PK shakes their head. Looks like we won't be able to count on anything from Havenage. They pause. What stopped Kemp from arresting her? Tell them about the guns. PK rolls their eyes. Of course. Those are the guns Eshe managed to smuggle through to the refugees. The ones she didn't tell us about. PK sighs. Another thing that's on us. What's on us? Eshe is standing quietly in the doorway listening. You don't know how long she's been there for. PK looks up at her with tired eyes. Sleeper found the weapons you smuggled from XPR. Eshe freezes. She glances between you and PK as if this might be some elaborate joke. The flotilla used them? Eshe moves out of the doorway and enters the room. What happened? PK interrupts. Be thankful that they didn't. They used them as a threat, that is all. God, Eshe folds her arms. You forget that you get the feeling that she knows PK will not approve. PK goes to speak and then decides not to take the bait. They glance at you. I'm sure you've heard enough of us arguing this cycle, sleeper. PK shoots a look at Eshe, but our introduction of those weapons into the equation are just another reason why we cannot simply run away. Eshe looks away but says nothing. She surely knows they cannot absolve themselves of responsibility here, so what is motivating her? Realize that she still might be trying to protect PK, even from themselves. Suddenly, a shrill beeping fills the room, and PK pulls out their slate to silence it. But as they do, they freeze, their fingers hovering above the screen. The beeping continues, its insistent pulse. What? PK doesn't seem to hear you. They blink with glazed eyes at the slate. Then they let out a long exhale and tap the screen. The beeping shuts off, leaving a ringing silence behind. Eshe frowns at PK, planning to explain. 12 cycles, PK looked vacantly up at you both. 12 cycles until the next flux event. They shake their head. I've been using the arrays to the briar to look towards the center of the system, to approximately where the can channel should be. Just this moment, they detected a signal from the inner system. Given the distance and pattern of previous flux events, we have 12 cycles before it reaches the eye. The silence in the room is deafening. 12 cycles. That's it before a second wave hits, and this place. PK interrupts your thoughts. We start now. That's the end of it. PK stands up to face Eshe. You want to take the briar and run, Eshe? That's on you, but I won't do it. They take a deep breath. I'll be here, Sleeper, for every cycle it takes, trying to find a solution. I need your help. Their eyes meet yours, and you see a wild desperation flickering there. We will find something. The sooner we have a plan, the better. If it takes us 12 cycles to fix this thing, it'll be too late. PK's eyes flash with determination. They reach for a slight and pass it to you, so we can keep in touch. You pocket the thin handheld terminal. And Eshe, PK starts, but she is gone, storming down the corridors of the ship on the path to who knows where. You know from experience that it is impossible to outrun your fears, but when you get a sense that Eshe will try anyway. PK rubs their red eyes, staring after Eshe. Maybe I'll take a moment before we start. They smile weakly, tears of exhaustion gathering in their eyes. See you back here soon, okay? And you slip from the room into the corridor. PK's quiet sobs somehow carrying through the ships behind you as you leave. Aww. Well, Eshe's an asshole. She always has been. Okay. Okay. Now I'm gonna need to sleep. And I'm all full. My tank is full. So we're good to go there. Hopefully today's a good roll. Okay, not terrible. Could be worse. Okay. I think one more and we'll be there. Nice, look at that. I didn't even need a single cycle. PK beckons you over the wide mess table where they have set up a terminal. The hours of barely bleary eyed work have left you both drained, and PK looks ready to collapse. You slide in onto the curved couch beside them, something dark and malevolent filling their screen like an oil stain. The Shadow Protocol. Not quite. PK's eyes seem to glitter in the screen light. This isn't what you think, Sleeper. Not by a long shot. You look again at the screen, leaning in close to the dark, curved shape to see its texture. You see whirls and current like a river. Oh, are we gonna use another liquid to dilute the other liquid? Because that's how they described the flux or whatever. A dark flow, unlike the Shadow Protocol's dark tangle. You know exactly what this is. You have swum in this river, almost drowned in it. Its shifting flow. It is the gardener's chorus, the dark cloud which blankets the Greenway's networks, the bioorganic morass of the malfunctioning protocol grown vast and strange. The gardener. PK glances at you. How do you... They pause. Have you met them? I have. PK shakes their head. Incredible. Then perhaps you won't be surprised by what I am about to propose. PK meets your eye. Everything I've tried to do to contain the Shadow Protocol has been a failure. It slips through any containment, absorbs any countermeasure. That, unfortunately, is an unavoidable fact. And yet, the eye still spins. The Shadow Protocol is being slowed, partially contained. It is spread across the station, as we have seen, but in reduced pockets and fragments. So, I started to look outside of our test cases. Outside of these fragments, we have been poking and prodding in our little lab. PK smiles, and look what I found. PK taps a key on their terminal, and you realize the screen is showing a recording of the data flow inside the eye's networks, sampled from hundreds of points around the Greenway. You watch as a subtle shift occurs at the edge of the flowing dark curve that blankets the Greenway. Something spreading like an ink stain. Somehow darker than black, it bleeds across. The Shadow Protocol. Now watch, PK eagerly points at the screen. You see something strange, a fizzing at the edge of the shadow, a sparking, and then it is gone. And beneath, for a moment, a millisecond, you see the networks of the Greenway. You're reminded of an image that you had forgotten, of pulling a plant from its pot and seeing a bone white root ball where you expected to see dark soil. The white connections writhed like worms, and then it is gone, the dark flow closing up as quickly as it opened. It dissolved the shadow. Exactly, PK nods. It protected itself. You think back to the meeting with the gardener, to the sense of something old and world and inhuman to its core. PK excitedly starts to explain. This is the only chance we have, the only countermeasure we have seen. In the moment it opened, I detected something, a centralized intelligence with the local ID gardener. This protocol, this system, whatever it is, can protect its network from the shadow protocol. But if it stays in the Greenway, the eye will still fail. The station systems are too exposed, too spread across the hub, the shipyards, the spokes. PK glances away. The only way to break it open is to spread the entity's network access, expand it somehow. PK pauses. You want to let the gardener out? PK stands up and walks away a little. They lean against the countertop, their head hanging so low that their long hair touches the work surface. You hear them breathing deeply. I don't know, Sleeper. They lift their head. I really don't know. It's a chance. Maybe. They shake their head. You know as well as PK that this is it. You know it because over the past cycles you have run every simulation, every possibility you could think of, and still come up with nothing. You've stared a hole in your screen and dreamt of that black shadow creeping in at the edges of your vision. PK recognizes the look in your eye, the potent cocktail of resignation and anger. Let's say we do this, PK begins, eyeing you carefully. What do we need? They begin to answer their own question, thinking out loud. I suppose we need to do two things. Find a way to limit or control the gardener's spread, and then reconnect the Greenway. PK starts pacing. The idea is coming quickly now. Controlling the spread means preparing the station. Limit the garden's network to key systems. We don't want it taking everything. We just need it to protect the station's core functionality. Then we hope to reconnect the Greenway, hook it back up to the main line of the network. Those systems we prepared, they should connect, and Gardner will spread along the paths we prepared. At least, this is my theory, PK grimaces, but if we don't prepare correctly, the gardener might not spread, or it might spread to everything. PK closes her eyes. After that, things might get worse. That's the risk. PK nods. One hell of a risk. PK sits back at the terminal and brings up a map of the eye. Rational control at the hub, life support at the free spoke, power routing at the Havenage shipyards. They stab at the map with each one, marking them in red. Then there's the central core, as I understand it, is somewhere on the rim. I need to find it. They push their hair out of their face. We seed the gardener in all these places. Peak pauses. But how are we going to do that? Transplant the Greenway. Bait the gardener's engine. Transplant the Greenway. PK smiles. Of course, the gardener needs plants to care for. That is what their protocol dictates. They must have part of the farming management systems on the eye back when Solheim built it. We seed Greenway plants into those systems, and the gardener will seek them out, protect them. PK stares at the map of the eye. It's a wild idea, but it could work. But, they pause, we'll need a way into those systems. Havenage have most of them locked down for safety purposes. We can't just walk in. I know a guy. PK raised an eyebrow. Someone in the Havenage system team? You nod. After everything he dragged you through, you feel like Feng still owes you. Time to pay him a visit. Okay, well, PK looks at you sideways. I guess we should pay him a visit. Lead the way. You both leave the ship, carried forward by the excitement of the plan, and an eagerness to not look at the details too closely. You push any lingering questions to the back of your mind. Time to head to Feng's Bay. Okay. Oh, man, my eyes are... I'm definitely gonna have bloodshot eyes. I've definitely been playing for too long. Ugh. I'm almost... I feel like I probably should... Sorry. Why is there two? Oh. I probably should stop here. I think I will. I'm just gonna go... I might need those, so I'm not gonna do that quite yet. Havenage office, is that where we go? Oh no, maybe it's at the... Here? I don't know. Well, I think that's means Betsy, come here. Lay down. Well, you want to come say bye? Okay. So I'm gonna stop there. What the hell? Okay. So we did a lot. That was a long stream. We only have one more thing to do now. This is wrapping up the story. So next time, tomorrow for our stream, we'll be finishing up Citizen Sleeper, and I'm not sure what I want to play after it, because there's a sequel to Coffee Talk, and then I still have a couple more Life is Strange series games to play. So I might do what I did last time, where I play two, because I would tag Coffee Talk on the end of my nighttime streams when I was playing Life is Strange. So I might do that again. I think I will, actually, because then that'll kind of uh, get those things going. Betsy, you want to come here? Good girl. Yeah, good girl. You are. So thanks for tuning in on Twitch, YouTube, wherever you're coming from. I appreciate the support, the views. Betsy does too, right? She does. She does. Yeah. Let me tilt this down a little. Oh, that's as far as it goes. You gotta lift up a little, Bets. There you are. No, you gotta look. Yeah, there you go. No, stop it. Don't lick me. All right. You're gonna knock something over, Betsy. You're gonna knock something over. Come here. All I need you to do is look. No, not at me. Okay. Anyway, thank you for the support. I appreciate it. I'll see you guys tomorrow. I hope you enjoyed the stream and the ones to follow. And yeah, see you later. Bye, guys.